There we go. You decided to grace me with functioning. So we're going to talk about every hero and then every weapon within Naraka Bladepoint as a part of the What I Learned series. Now, of course, it is worth mentioning I haven't played every hero. And the heroes I have played, I'm not very good with. I'm garbage. But I will give you the extent of what I know, and I will try to be relatively swift about it. This isn't a guide or anything, but I am going to talk a little bit about what I know, at least the important parts about them. So again, when I struggle against a certain matchup, a certain hero, this is particularly common in Heroes of the Storm and League of Legends, which I actually played fairly seriously and did quite well in. So I have a matchup or something I don't do that well in. I will play that hero. I'll take that hero, and I'll play it at least in bot matches. Sometimes I'll do it in, like, you know, in Naraka it would be like customs, right? You know, non-serious stuff. Just try to learn their cooldowns, the recipe for success and failure, and so on. So once you can get in the headspace of your opponent and you know what resources they have, when they become available, why they may want to use it, why they may not want to use it, so on and so forth. Very important stuff. For example, Viper. Most well known, of course, for silencing and stunning with her V1. Viper is the poster child of Naraka. When you think about Viper, you think, oh boy, run away or we'll get stunned. And you think about that a lot. That's the thing that defines her, followed by her F1, which silences. And you know, that's what you're going to most of the time encounter within solos. But perhaps trios and stuff well. F1 I think is the more common because having a very long silence is very powerful. Right? So you're generally going to see this combination of silence into, you know, some amount of attacks, and then we're going to ult, and it's going to suppress their ability. They can't do anything. And then that ult, V2 will go off and stagger them again. Right? And the combo extension / restand is what you often get out of V2. So eternally silenced or eternally stunned. That's often what you think about Viper. What I think about Viper is her using her fucking F1 or her ultimate to shield her from a blue and then parry out of it. And getting what is basically a free period, an escape out of jail card. That is also something you're going to see Kurumi do, especially with her ultimate. And you're going to see Zipping do it with her F abilities and her ultimate. Is those gold focuses can be used to shield from, let's say, for example, the vertical blue on halberds, one of the longer blues. They won't get staggered by it, and then it shields them into getting a parry out of it. Now, the Viper, that's particularly bad, because if you get parried on top of that, with her V2, she gets the parry damage, and then she gets to chain that into a stagger off of the ultimate. So that's what I think about a lot when I think about that character. Now, Viper is one of the starter heroes. So I'll talk a little bit about her more in depth. Even though I haven't really played her a lot. I played her a little bit, but my duos partner, Mucky, the guy who got me into the game, he mains Viper. So we did a lot of duos with Viper Tessa, Viper Justina, and we tried some other combinations, but those were really the main ones. So lots and lots of crowd control. The whole idea is to basically focus down one of the enemy players and CC them long enough that you can kill them. Right? Doesn't always work though, especially with Transformers, because with her ultimate, obviously you can just line of sight it. Right? So Viper has a few other things that are also not as obvious and don't seem like they make as much of a difference, but they do. I've actually run into a V1 Viper in solos And I could not kill her because she can iframe while she can't do much while her ult is up, but she can dodge. I got her very low both times. Both times she used her ultimate and then dodged everything. Dodged everything. Right? And then I got stunned for 20 years, and before you knew it, I became Canadian, and it was a disaster. I never recovered from that. One of the more recent changes from Viper is the fact you can use this while you're being hit. So if you're in duos or trios and you're fighting a Viper, you have to be kind of aware of that, because she can use it while she's being hit, and then she can avoid shit. Then you're fucked. One of the things about that stun, of course, is you can't knock people down while it's up. While this is up, she gains enormous damage reduction on top of it. Very, very big deal. V2 is even more powerful than this when it comes to defensive options. For example, Viper of course can attack, but it also restores your health on top of giving you damage reduction. Even with 2 people on her, it can be quite hard to finish off a Viper who uses V2. The main thing you really want to do if you can't get away from her is find some way to knock her down, stagger her, and then at the last moment use terrain to get around her. Viper will be looking for large open areas like this, and will generally try to avoid fighting you in more confined areas that could hypothetically have walls or stuff to get around. I played some duos with XX Angelic _ Moon XXP versus only Akos and I forget her name. She played Zai anyway, so it was Akos Zai versus Viper Tessa. Now that sounds pretty good for the Viper and Tessa, but the problem is that there's a significant skill difference between only Akos and everybody else. So Akos is very, very powerful, and we didn't really have an easy way to deal with him. So we would lose an early fight in the Imperium map, and then when it came down to the final fight where we'd have to face them again, I intentionally had my partner, who was playing Viper, come out with me into open terrain outside of Imperium so that they had less room to escape. That allowed the Viper to get the ult on him, and we did manage to win. And we managed to beat them a couple of other times, and most of the successes were owed to the terrain. One of the things you're going to encounter if you run into Viper and you're doing ranked is particularly in Yang, where the only terrain to get away from her is going to be the pillars. So a lot of the success and failure of what happens in Yang is going to be how you manage the pillars. But in Yang, you're going to note that a lot of people will grapple upwards into Yang, and Viper, of course, can use her ult in midair and fall down while the ult ticks down. The ult doesn't have to maintain on you. Just as long as it's on you when it ends, the effect will go off. So Viper will try to bomb you coming down. You should be watching the players that go up in Yang anyways, because they can come down with blues or gold focuses depending on what they're using. But Viper is really the major one. Viper and V1 Valda, that leads into a Tianhai combo or something like that within trios. Viper, to run in solos in particular, requires you to have good neutrals, because most of the time she's not going to be using V1. And that's the only thing that she can use while she is being attacked. However, her skill abilities can be used. I think F1 can be used to do certain restands, which can lead to TODs, and they also can break soft combos. So she does have some options available, but she requires you to know neutrals. A difficulty 2-star is not correct. I would say Viper is one of the more difficult heroes to play in this game well in solos. You will encounter her sometimes, but in order to play her well, a lot of the Vipers in solos are basically going to be running a TOD, where the second they hit you, they're going to try to chain you into the F skill, and then into the ultimate, where the ultimate will tick off and end, adding an extra stagger at the end of their combo. That will allow them to then get another combo. Think of the ult as kind of an extension, during which you are silenced. So, for example, if you are a transformer like Valda, so long as the ult is on you, you cannot use this. So, if you risk running into this, you would want to pop behind terrain and immediately use your ultimate and transform if you are in that kind of circumstance. The other thing about her, with the recent skill changes, we can't look at them here, but one of these, I think it's this Keystone talent here, does give you a skill cooldown reset, or at least a cooldown reduction if you've used it. It's changed a little bit between the patches, but it's still something that's very valuable if you are running F2 on Viper in team compositions in particular, because this can do a fair amount of damage. It's good for peeling. For example, if one of your party members gets parried, you can hit them with your skill and knock them off. And having cooldown reduction on it is a lot of damage. So, while I have not played Viper that much, I have been playing her more and more and more in the recent months, and starting to try to learn her, because I found I've been able to do okay with her, and I need to learn neutrals. And basically, if you're playing Viper, you're going to be forced to learn neutrals to survive in this game. So now we'll talk about Feria. So Feria is one of the starter heroes, I think, are these four and Yoto, right? You might be able to get Kanye, because he just came in the mail, so he might be free for everybody, at least at this point in time. I don't know about forever. But you got two Transformers here. There's Feria, and then there's Tianhai. Both Feria and Tianhai say a lot of usage in high level and low level. You are going to encounter these two everywhere. Viper is common too, but usually as a result of certain comps that are designed to counter one of these two, or at least delay them, or as a result of cheese comps. So you might see Viper with Temulch or someone else who can prevent them from escaping from her to get a wombo stun. So basically a one-trick pony. Feria is predominantly used to counter certain other Transformers. She is primarily known because of her Gundam. Within the Gundam, you have two forms. You have walking, you have deployed. In deployed, you can use a cannon attack that does damage, knocks back, and most importantly, stuns Tianhai and other Transformers. When she's out of ammo, she can still attack, which is less effective. And I don't know if that stuns the other Transformers or not. I haven't really played her. When she's in the mobile form, you can actually attack her and kill her in the front of the mech, particularly with ranged weapons. So there has been cases where she's transformed and I've seen her like instantly die afterwards because she transformed with no health and she immediately got shot and died or something like that. When you're shooting with the regular gun attack, it will restore the secondary resource. Her skill ability gives a jump. It can be a little awkward to move the mech around in certain terrain. And I believe the cannon has a dead zone underneath and directly above her. No? I think it may have used to. Not sure, but before. Okay, directly above her, yes, but... chances are, if you're fighting a Feria, you don't really want to be trying to fight the Gundam, but if she comes out, you can do damage to her and basically try to force her to waste her time. She can heal while she's in Gundam, even while moving around, but only when she's out. So the more time she's spending in cannon form, the more time she's spent not healing if she's using it defensively to try to protect herself. Otherwise, a lot of the time you're going to see her transform to run away if she's very low on health. However, in team compositions, you're going to be seeing her focusing a lot on attacking any other Transformers like Tianhai to stagger them, because Tianhai can just one-shot everyone if he grabs two people. He's very balanced, very fun to play against. We'll show him in a moment. She has two different skills. They both have a escape mechanism. The F1 can be used to combo break. Obviously, can't use it while you're in the Gundam. The Gundam can cancelled early. If you get staggered, you can use it to jump behind someone, because it's based on your camera. F2 is a support ability that can lock you into a range that allows you to silence. It's not as long as a Viper silence, but it's much easier to use, and it has a very long range. It does do a decent amount of damage. It can't be used while attacked, but I think it may break soft combos, because I've seen people escape from me with it. A lot of the time, most Ferias are going to be using V2 rather than V. Alright, I thought there might be a secondary function on her ultimate. I was looking at it and see how it shines. If we push V, it releases a little shockwave that apparently gives a short buff for damage reduction, which could make a difference. F2 still summons a Gundam. It's basically the same kind of Gundam, but I don't think it can use the damage reduction. The big thing that makes this ability so different is the fact that rather than summoning the Gundam directly, she spawns a thing for it. This is used for combo extensions. It's also used for peeling. If her party members are being attacked, she can summon it. If she resummons it, it's going to remove an old one. Critically, you'll notice it only uses half of her rage bar, so a lot of the times she may not even want to use the Gundam at all. What she really just wants is ranged peel, ranged combo extension, whatever. Something that often gets thrown into her kit, primarily for just dropping that. This lasts for a very, very long time. This will also steal the soft lock priority from people who are attacking near it. Just like Kurumi's Parasol, it really, really messes with the soft lock on because it's treated as a unit. On the other hand, it has a tremendous amount of health, so actually destroying it in a real game, even in trios, is very unrealistic. Any team member who interacts with it, not just her, gets the Gundam. It does not have the damage reduction aura, but otherwise it functions, as far as I know, basically identical or near identical to the other one, with the F ability that allows her to jump, the cannon, deployment, recharging, and so on. When she is in Gundam, she can knock people away just by deploying, and this is a very, very long crowd control, and good Ferias can just constantly be deploying and undeploying out of the Gundam, and even in solos, where you might think it's kind of easy to get away from it, I've seen a couple of good Ferias able to use that knockdown and jumps to basically paralyze players and keep them from getting anywhere at all. She is an incredibly powerful hero, and as a transformer, she is very, very common, very, very popular, and in particularly in trios, you're going to see her all the time. The other dude you're going to see all the time is Tianhai. Tianhai is one of the most broken heroes in the game. He is extremely broken. So we're going to reset. I want you to look at the damage stats. This is what Tianhai is most well known for. He transforms, he grabs people, and then once he has them, he deals thousands upon thousands of damage to them. Generally, not always, but generally, this is an instant kill. When Tianhai is in his ultimate, you may not think he's really that mobile, but he is. Just like Feria, he can jump and move around. This jump ability has a limited number of uses, however. When you're next to him, he can grab you with right click, which can be iframed. All this stuff can be iframed, although it can be quite difficult, especially with latency. The amount of damage he does is based on how many people he has grabbed. If he can only grab one person, typically he's just going to sit there and hang on to them, and they can be attacked by his party members. Usually, being grabbed by Tianhai is an instant death if he has at least one party member nearby. They can spam the interact button to get out of it, which is a terrible game quote-unquote mechanic, and it's just really stupid. But, yeah. Now, I'm not really sure what the main difference between these is. This one gives health, which they may not use it, I'm not really sure. But, his two skills are kind of different in application. So both of them spawn a bell around him. This one is a basic escape. While it's up, it deflects, and it can be used while you're being attacked. This one is a little different because this is one you want to use preemptive to being hit. I don't think you see this one as often, but I do see it reasonably often. If someone hits it with a blue, it will parry them and disarm them. I'm pretty sure his V2 functions the same as V1. I believe Tianhai is the main reason why you see Feria everywhere, because Tianhai has insane range on his ultimate, and he basically will instantly wipe a team. Feria can stagger him with her cannon, and while he can stagger other transformers with his grab, he can't pick them up. If she's transformed, she's basically going to waste his time if he tries to interact with her. So she is there primarily to try to stop him from doing anything. Yeah, the trio's balance in this game is very bad. Very, very bad. Dude needs to be redesigned. Zipping is extremely common in every game mode. She is a healer, and she's basically a passive healer. Her ultimates just passively heal everything on her team, regardless of how distant they are. And this one here, they both have basically a built-in Mortal Defiance effect, where if someone is hit with it up, they will just consume this buff and then get healed and knock people away usually. When you are playing Zipping, you'll see an indicator. That indicator will act as a soft lock for your skill. She will throw out a ball. That ball, if it touches an ally, will heal them or give them the stagger reduction effect of F2. Or it will sit on the ground. If someone runs into it, they will pick it up and it will heal them. Her ultimate, while it's active, just passively regenerates health of everybody, regardless of where they are in the map. All team members will always be healed. This will restore their health, followed by their armor. And I'm pretty sure her V2 works the same. I'm not actually really intimately sure of the differences between them. Sedate Soul can be triggered without rage cost. One of the interesting things that they did to increase her already very high power creep even further is that when she uses her ultimates, she gains a special dodge, and she also gains a special dodge out of her skills. Zipping is notoriously hard to chase and kill as a result of these changes. You're also going to run into Zipping that creates a special health bar from her F2. If you see that special health bar, it's going to look green. During that, she cannot be staggered. We don't see it as an ally, apparently, but when she is an enemy, you will see it. They cannot be interrupted by white attacks at all. In other words, not only does she get this special dodge, she will also become basically untouchable until you get rid of a fairly substantial shield that's on her. Now, some people have told me that F2 is not very good because, well, you don't gain this damage reduction and constantly restore and so on. But you run into this a lot. It's very good at protecting people and helping peel. So long as they're not being bursted down by blues anyways. She's a very simple character, but she is very, very strong, and she is even played in solos within the NBPL. She will typically play more passively early on because, again, she is still going to require some neutrals to do well in. She doesn't have any damage or crowd control locked into her ability. It's mostly mobility and survivability. And all of these cannot be used while being attacked. So she's fucked if she gets locked into TOD outside of the Moral Defiance ability, which will peel for her. It's quite possible to burst her down, get this to proc, get knocked away from her, and then for her to eventually fully restore her health and be impossible to catch again. She's very, very annoying. So she likes to play the long game and turtle within solos. Within trios, you're going to run into her a lot, especially when she has high mobility partners, like Kylan or Lee, maybe Liam, probably this dude, you know, like Matari or Akos or whatever. Well, Akos works well with Kurumi too, because he does have large periods of time where he can remain immobile. But if you can't, like, stick to your allies for long periods of time if they're constantly dashing around, then she works very well for that, because her ult will heal anybody regardless of where they are. If they're in Yang or in Spirit Realm and you're outside all the way across the map spamming ridicule at someone, you can pop this and it will heal them. It doesn't matter. Temulch is someone you're going to run into in just about every game mode. He's very powerful. You'll know him for creating this huge fart cloud, which, if an enemy unit attempts to navigate, they will get stuck in. And sometimes permanently get stuck in and be unable to escape. His fart clouds act as crowd control. All of his abilities interact with that to some extent. When you use his F ability, it launches you into the air. This can be good, it can be bad, because a lot of people have it mapped into their muscle memory to immediately go for an uppercut. That uppercut has a habit of hitting you. It's very annoying. On the flip side, his ability has a shorter cooldown. Now, they changed his ultimates here, and I have never used this. I have never used this. This is my first time even seeing this. So apparently he can just float around. It looks very broken, honestly. And he can gain an attack that turns into purple focus. So I believe that can be parried. Many of these little abilities can be parried now. Now, the difference between the alts beyond that is that when he runs through this, it does not refresh his skill. No refreshing. He only gets it the one time. So he's doing this primarily for that dash and for this aura effect that gives him. Blocks all ranged attacks and prevents lock-on effects like healing and backstab. So his ult will block ranged attacks. That includes the pistol, cannon, flamethrower, I believe. It will not block things such as the fan. I don't think it'll block flying knives. I could be wrong. It might block with the right-click ranged attack. I'm not sure. But it will not block the fan. It will not block Whip Sword. And it will not block Zai's ultimate either. She can happily attack through that. Temulch is a character that is commonly known for doing TODs. In fact, it's quite easy to do TODs on him once you practice it a little bit, regardless of ping, because what it really depends upon is you just resetting these skills. And all you need to do that is hop back and forth. Now, I run into people that do this with a rifle or whatever. When his ultimate is up, you don't get the escape off of that. You don't need it. You probably want to be a little bit closer. Maybe you want to use a musket instead of a pistol. You can, of course, do it with melee attacks as well, but the musket is a very, very simple one. This is what Misu did to me the one time I ran into him with his ultimate up. I almost killed him at the very start of the match, and I thought, well, this guy isn't really going to be that big of an issue. But then I realized, hold on a second. This guy knows how to use Temulch's ultimate. And it basically looked like that. Because the gun won't reset the stun like a melee attack will. apart from the fact that the TOD is very possible with the skills, you can just catch someone on the very edge of it. Well, it's not hitting the bot. You see the bot's not getting hit by it? I think, yeah, the bot has to be in combat mode. So it would look like... There, see? Now, the key thing about Temulch that we just saw there that has got me a lot when I've played him is this skill cast is not even blue focus. You can be interrupted out of it very, very easily. You get a gold focus when you use that, but the actual skill cast has no usefulness as an escape. The other thing about the skill cast is if they are charging blue focus, it won't affect them. So the main way of avoiding getting TOD'd by him, particularly if you get stuck inside the cloud where it kills all your stamina, because that's another thing that it does. You can tell by their stamina meter. You want to be using your blue focus and just trying to avoid getting caught in the resets, provided that's the ultimate that he's using. Be very, very aware of the fart clouds. Their collision is super high, and they are very, very prone to rubber banding you into them or hitting you from seemingly impossible distances. Temulch is extremely powerful, especially within duos and trios, because he synergizes well with anybody who benefits from the enemies being unable to escape or losing all their stamina. For example, he's very, very strong against Syra. He's very, very strong against... I think he's reasonably strong against Tarka. If Tarka uses his ultimate, a lot of Tarka really relies on stamina management. If his stamina gets gutted by Temulch, that kind of kills a lot of his effectiveness. But I believe that Tarka's ult will outlast Temulch's. He synergizes very, very well with like Justina, Kylan's, and any of these high mobility heroes that will really benefit from being able to go in and out of the clouds. He's good at peeling. He's just all around generally a fairly solid character that works with a lot of different compositions, and how you use his ultimate really doesn't matter as much in that case. I've seen some people run the reset ult within trios, but it wasn't really that effective. Apparently this one here is better, especially since it lasts longer. And you just keep them stuck in there forever. Anybody who tries to pass through the wall is going to have to spend forever going through it, during which they're completely vulnerable to getting fucked. As Syra, I have been permanently stunned by the wall for its entire duration, for example. And meanwhile, it's protecting you from ranged attacks and stuff like that. It's even very good just for peeling. Because if you're being chased and you're in a bad situation, it can kill a lot of the initiation strength of certain groups. However, you will be shocked at the things that can go through that fucking wall and how annoying it can be to actually deal with people who know how to abuse it. So he is not that easy to use, even though he's very strong. It is still a very high cost ability, and using it at the critical point and making sure you do not like get stuck on the other character, because that caused me some issues where, yeah, you do stagger them, but you would prefer for them to be at the edge of the wall. Now, it's not stunning the bot because the bot's not on combat mode, right? But you would prefer for them to get stunned by that, even if you're just using it for peeling, because it gives you more time, right? But if you get hitched on them, then it may not help you that much at all. The difference between his skills is kind of lower than others, but this one does track, which can be a little helpful. While this is up, the little fart clouds protect him from ranged attacks. It's kind of a small thing, but it can be useful. So Tarka is a very, very common hero. You're going to run into him all over the place, especially in solos and duos. But you will see him in trios too. Tarka, I can't even show you really what he does, because I've never even tried to play him. Because what he does is he TODs. So 24 Entertainment apparently, allegedly, at some point said they wanted to reduce Touch of Death in the game. Touch of Death, of course, being one hit into an infinite combo, or at least a combo that will eventually kill you. That cannot be escaped. An infinite true combo. They did that, and then they buffed Tarka. So, they actually like TODs. Tarka is the TOD character. That is what he does. Now, I can't even begin to show you what he does, however, because although Tarka is very, very popular, he really, really depends on having good performance to get the most out of, and his combos are not particularly easy to do. Tarka is most well known for activating his ultimate, which gives him the ability to cancel out of a lot of different animations. For example, Tarka can cancel out of being parried. If you parry Tarka in his ultimate, he'll just pop right out of it, because that's incredibly good game design. Furthermore, while his ult is up, he gains extra attacks and damage and shit like that. One of the things when they buffed Tarka is they gave him access to different attacks, including a grab that I'm not sure how you do, actually. Second stage dodges into knee strikes. So he gains a whole bunch of gold focus attacks and shit. A lot of them still depend on him having stamina. The other thing he's well known for is the counterattack stance, which when his ult is up, it can be indistinguishable because the only way to see it is if there's a gold flash. And that blends into his ultimate a lot. When you're in his ultimate, you produce a fire effect on the ground. If you hug the ground, if you hug this pillar, in fact, we might even be able to get this to, let's reset this. I'm going to ultimate. He's going to murder my roomie. I'm going to sit on the wall here. Dude, I've broken the AI in this game. Bruh. What is wrong with you? Why aren't you attacking? Finally. So you gotta be very, very careful when you're fighting him. Because if you soft combo him, he can swap into his counterattack. And once he has it up, he's immune to damage from literally anything in the game. Nothing will hurt him. Period. Doesn't matter what it is. It's very, very easy to burn your stamina because of the cancels in his ultimate. Beyond just learning the infinites and stuff like that, the main thing you're going to need to learn with Tarka is stamina. Stamina management. Most people are going to be looking to blow the cooldown on your counterattack stance without actually touching you. If you get him immediately hit upon its activation, it won't attack right away. His ult can be used while he's being attacked. His ult has a grab component I don't know how to interact with. As you can see, when I was hugging the wall, the bot got hit for a substantial amount of damage coming into there. This, I believe that I might even be able to instantly kill if there's enough of it. That counterattack leads into a true combo and does fire damage on top of it. Tarka also has Fireball. Fireball was something of a meme, but it's used a lot because now he can ult, and I think he can still get a counterattack maybe with the other ult. Maybe not with this one. This burns his ultimate when he has it up. He can keep shooting fireballs. You would see that sometimes in trios. But without his counterattack stance, he doesn't have as much defensiveness about him. But if he uses V2, there is a way that he gets back his counterattack when he's in his ultimate. But when he's in his ultimate, he's got a bunch of different inputs. And like I said, I haven't really played him at all. So this is definitely a character I can't really like give you any real information on how to play him. But I can tell you that if you want to learn how to play him, you have a lot of examples to go from elsewhere, because everyone and their mom likes combos. They don't like the game, they like combos. They think combos are neat. If you think combos are neat and you've got good performance, you may want to take a look at Tarka, because he gives you all the bullshit you need to do infinites with weapons like the greatsword that are not otherwise typically possible. One of the things you're going to want to know, especially if you play Tarka, but generally it's helpful to know anyways, is the positions of fireflies on the maps. There are maps online that show the locations of this stuff. Tarka in particular benefits from these, because although when his ultimate is up, he can cancel it and get back some rage, the ultimate really defines this character even more than the other ones. If you have your ultimate up, you can TOD people, or you gain a lot of defensive stats in that you can run away. Because when his ultimate is up, you cannot be hit by any ranged attacks at all. Basically, it's the same as that Temulch buff, but it's permanent. You get extra move speed, you can dash. There is actually a grab effect that he has, and I have no idea how you do it. Not a clue. It took Muggy tried to learn Tarka a little bit, so that because I struggled so much fighting against him. He is definitely one of the most powerful heroes in the game, especially in solos, because being able to cancel out of being parried, being able to cancel any attack, being able to infinite with a greatsword and stuff like that, he represents everything that's wrong with the design mindset within this game. I think there's a way to make his design interesting without making it stupid. Currently, it's very, very stupid, and anyone who says otherwise is the problem with Naraka at this stage. He is just incredibly unfun to play against. Thoroughly unfun. Any character that relies, or any weapon that relies on you standing still for any more than like half a second against him, you are going to get grabbed by him. The amount of gold focus and initiation he has when his ult is up is beyond insane. Because this punch is gold focus. It cannot be interrupted by most things in the game. The grab is a gold focus grab that once he hits you with it, you can't escape it. You can't do anything about it at all. So long as he is hitting people in this particular ultimate, he will continue to produce rage, which means that especially in duos and trios, he can have what feels like nearly infinite rage, so long as he's getting some damage in, even with a slow weapon, not using the cancels or anything like that. They all last so long, and God forbid he picks up soul blooms or fireflies or anything during this, it will just keep going on, during which the vast majority of players cannot do anything but try to mitigate the amount of damage he's doing to them by very carefully dodging the attacks and skills that he uses. Because you aren't really going to get away from him in most circumstances unless you have a serious terrain advantage, and you aren't really going to be able to do a lot unless you get hits on him. Now, there is one more thing with his ultimates that I have no idea how it works. But there are many times I have fought Tarka and I've had him stuck in a combo, like a staff combo, while his ultimate was up. And then he just mysteriously broke out of the combo and killed me. This happened a number of times against Casper in particular, where I had Casper locked in a combo and I was about to kill him, and suddenly he's just allowed to escape out of the combo mid-attack, swaps into a gold focus attack, grab or something like that, and I'm just instantly dead. It is very, very stupid, and I do not have any idea how that happened at all. I don't know if that was his ability, a bug, or some interaction I'm not familiar with, but yeah, he's extremely, extremely irritating to fight against. Extremely irritating. Just thoroughly unfun. Most of the people who are playing Tarka in NA have some idea how to TOD with him, which means that most of the time that he ultimates, you're just going to get TOD'd. He is going to class diff you on just about anything that can't transform, Temulch can get a lot of mileage out of using his ultimate to strip the stamina from Tarka, which is going to put a major slowdown on his ability to do that much. And then Temulch can hide behind his wall if Temulch can get it off in such a position where he is able to do so. That's one of the main ways you can try to deal with him. If Viper can silence him, and if you can kill him during that silence, you never have to deal with that bullshit. The only real way you can try to interact with him is trying to find some way of preventing him from actually using his ultimate to its full effectiveness. A lot of that can come just down to terrain. In order to TOD you, he's probably going to want to have some flat terrain, and with the katana or greatsword or stuff like that, or the spear or staff, I think the spear works better than the staff. I don't think the staff works too well for him, but the spear does. Then he doesn't necessarily need a lot of space for it. But yeah, I don't really have any advice for dealing with him. He's one of the heroes I struggle with the most. He is immensely powerful. But to really maximize them, you do have to be good at stamina management. And a couple of, especially Mucky, who's a pretty good player, when he tried to pick up Tarka just so I could practice against him, he said it was surprisingly difficult to play this character, and he did struggle with it a lot. And he has better performance than Ping than me and everything. And that doesn't matter as much with him, but stamina management and keeping that in your headspace is definitely very critical to him. Kurumi is the eGirl character. 99% of people who play Kurumi are eGirls, and they want you to message them and ask them to go out on a date. Every handful of Rumi, let's say 1 in 1,000 Rumis, are actually people who play the game. Rumi is a support character, just like Zipping, only they are fundamentally very, very different, because Rumi relies predominantly on attaching a leash to her e-boy, or to the parasol. You don't see Rumis too often in solos, but Lab, the dude whose replays I've casted a few times, especially that EU game you may remember, plays Rumi in solos. Why doesn't she play in solos very much? Well, in order to heal herself, she has to have a leash on the umbrella or on her e-boy. And you don't have an e-boy in solos. So she basically sacrifices all of her movement in terms of attacks and some of her other locomotion abilities while this is up. She can run around, she can roll and dash and slide and climb and stuff like that, but if you try to use a grapple, it's going to break it. You can't attack or anything like that while this ability is active. You will notice that the parasol ability creates a parasol, which then disappeared. If you link it to your ally, it will not create a parasol. Actually, what's kind of interesting is that just tapping it, even at a distance, even without that, what? I know HKS really struggled getting Rumi to actually hook to allies. But if you hold it down, you get the parasol. Okay. You'll notice that while the cooldown does start right away when you use it, the F skill does have a crazy cooldown, 21 seconds. And that is because Kurumi has been nerfed countless times. And despite that, she still remains one of the most powerful characters in the game for what she does. The parasol, just like Feria's V2 little beacon thing that she makes for her Gundam, the parasol attracts soft lock to it. So if she or her partner or anybody else runs around this and then an enemy is trying to attack them, the attacks are commonly going to go for the parasol. The parasol has a monstrous amount of health, and you're not going to kill it anytime soon. It's pointless to attack it. So it's literally just there to be annoying. Her ultimate ability creates a healing field that will restore shields. She can tap it once again to reposition it. Only once, though. You're going to see Rumi use this when her partner or herself are being heavily pressured by attacks. And when it is up, even if she casts it far away and has to reposition it for any given reason, it is extremely hard to kill anyone in it, even with 2 people attacking them. This ultimate is incredibly hard to kill people through. Very, very hard. The main thing is that it also restores the health of Transformers. So even though it normally only restores armor, it works against other transformers too. So you are going to see her all over the place in duos and trios. She's probably going to be one of the most common heroes you run into, or zipping. Sometimes both of them. Sometimes duo support comps do show up. In my experience, they're not very good though. They can be annoying and they can sustain a lot, but if you're getting ultimated and constantly nuked by Tarka, you're probably going to have a hard time using your abilities. The only difference between her two F skills is what kind of benefit they provide. Some of them provide a damage reduction, and the others provide health and healing. The healing is generally going to be the most common. I think this may also remove certain debuffs, like freezing, maybe, and fire. And poison. I'm not really sure. HKS experimented a little bit with these, but I think the healing is generally going to be better. The damage reduction can be pretty powerful, though. Her other ultimate you do not see nearly as often, but this is the one that HKS ran when we did trios, is going to instantly heal everybody on her team, regardless of where they are on the map. It also will knock away enemies when you use it. You don't see that as often because although she can use it while being attacked and it's her only real escape, it does not heal nearly as much as the normal ultimate does. And of course this lasts a very, very long time, so you can get more mileage out of it. When your leash is on your E-boy, you can teleport, or you can use a secondary ability, the icon of which, I want you to look at that right-click icon, the one on the right, and tell me that's not Goatsy. Tell me that's not Goatsy. You can't convince me that's not Goatsy. 100% that is Goatsy. The Goatsy icon will activate the secondary attribute, which is usually going to be healing or some damage reduction if you're using F2. Rumi is a fairly complicated hero to play well. A lot of people play her, but they don't necessarily play her very well. Like I mentioned earlier, the ultimate acts as a shield for parry. You can ult and parry. If you're getting hit by a very, very long blue, and you know you're probably going to get hit by it, you can cast the ultimate to absorb a chunk of that because you can't be knocked out of it, and then get a parry in afterwards. Very common. When Rumi has her leash on her E-boy, she's going to be looking into periods where the E-boy is being bullied by her exes. When that happens, she will try to jump in, which is gold focus, which will knock anybody away and even deal some damage. Not much damage, but some. And that is very good for peeling. Alternatively, if they're sitting in the zone, she can just leave the leash on, and it will perpetually heal the both of them. In lower zones like 1 and 2, Rumi can basically live inside the zone even through the healing reduction because it's not very much. And she can comfortably stay with inside Shadow 3 for a fair duration. It's going to be Shadow 4 and above that she's probably going to really not want to stand in there, but she can still stay in there slightly longer than the other heroes can, which can make a difference if you're stuck fighting an enemy team inside of the zone for whatever reason. If you are in a team game and you do not have a zipping or a Kurumi, but you're fighting against a team that does, do your best not to fight them inside the zone or where there's jellyfish or shrooms or any other poison stuff that she can possibly remove or heal through, because you are going to be fighting a very uphill battle. However, because of her long cooldowns, Kurumi doesn't really want to blow her ultimate or her skill unless she absolutely has to. Kurumi is actually, in most team compositions, the Kurumi is usually going to be the character with the strongest neutrals. From what I've been told, because the support is quite difficult to play, you want your best player on that character. Not just because the support is very important to the team composition, but because knowing when to use the skills requires an amount of awareness for what's going on. She can't just passively heal things and not really pay attention and just keep doing whatever she was doing like Zipping can, although Zipping still has to pay attention when she's using her skill Kurumi's is in-depth enough that she has to pay substantially more attention. Plus, her ultimate is not so easy to use because enemies can knock you or allies out of it. And just because it makes you very, very strong when you're inside of it, it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to have an easy time surviving in it against certain comps. You have to stay in one spot, which, depending on which characters you're fighting, can be something you absolutely do not want to do. Like against Tianhai, who, well, he would very much like for you to stay in one spot, so he can just grab you and then one-shot you, regardless of the healing that's on you. So, absolutely, Kurumi is an extremely popular character, but actually, good Kurumis are not nearly as common. Like I said, this is the E-Dater character. Almost every single eGirl mains Kurumi. It's just incredibly common in North America, and I'm not really sure why Naraka has so many eGirls in it, but it's kind of unsettling, actually, because I think Naraka has more eGirls in it than every other game I have ever played combined. Even World of Warcraft does not have nearly a number of eGirls in it that Naraka does. Like, I would say 50% of the population in NA is eGirls, and apparently they have all dated every single male player at least once. Other than me, I guess. And maybe a handful of others who never interacted, but yeah, there's a lot of them that get around, apparently. That brings us to one of the most annoying characters in the game. She didn't used to be that bad. She was just... her ult kind of sucked. And her ult was basically, look, I throw this. I have a short duration where I can teleport. I throw this. In certain circumstances, that can do a lot of damage. But most of the time, you can be iframed, or you can run away from it. So rather than maybe retool that and make it more interesting, they instead added what is now V1, which makes her a transformer. While this ultimate is up, she basically has permanent purple focus. She gains the ability to TOD, just spamming crouch, and that's it. This basically turns into a true combo. I don't know if the bot can get out of it. Let's find out. Yeah, I'm not crouch canceling nearly fast enough. But basically, if you sit there and spam crouch cancel, all you need to do is crouch cancel horizontal, and that's it. And it'll catch every fucking dodge, if you can dodge at all. You can't jump out of it, you can't parry it, you can't do anything with it. And if she catches you on a ledge, it is a straight up TOD. Very exciting. She doesn't even need to do anything else most of the time, but in case she did, she has the ability to sit there and charge a attack that is not too hard to avoid, but the collision on it is kind of deceptive. One of the unseen things about this ultimate is that if you try to use a blue on her, she gains a special needs counterattack / parry. She gets a full movement set out of it. I mean, she can do other shit. Of course, the range is absolutely insane. She can charge it if they manage to put some distance onto you and you actually need to play neutrals. You can just go into a bunch of gold focused shit that have some range components to a few of them and all do crazy amounts of damage. Plus, the ult lasts for basically the entire game. Extremely unfun character to play against. Not particularly enjoyable to actually play. I kind of wish that if they were going to keep making heroes do stuff like this, they would just delete them instead and save us all the trouble. But unfortunately, we are forced to endure this. Yoto is very, very common. You're going to run into her in all team sizes, and you're going to have to deal with this bullshit all over the place. The only way I know how to deal with this is to hope that you can run away from her. If you can't run away from her, if you get caught in this, you may as well just alt F4 because you're just going to die. Even if you use a combo break, because she runs so fast that she can hypothetically just catch you again, and then you're fucked. If you actually try to fight her and you for some reason use a blue on her or something like that, her special stone form gives her a gold focus counterattack that's not even a real counterattack, but it's just as powerful, and that will also instantly kill you in 90% of cases. Hopefully you're playing another Transformer or someone else who has some way to delay her, because to spam the horizontal that leads to a TOD requires no stamina whatsoever. It's just crouch canceling over and over and over again. It's thoroughly brainless and unfun to play against. Her skills are also quite strong. So the F1 throws this out, which can be used to initiate. When she uses it again, it allows her to teleport. And not only does it just teleport her in that direction, it'll actually snap her or teleport her towards a enemy unit that's nearby that. I think this is the one you're more typically going to see, because this is the one that can be used while she's being attacked. If she's being attacked, she can use that. But I think both of them are used a lot. F1 may be used more. Both of them block all ranged attacks, which is kind of annoying. But this one here has some initiation capability to it, so you're probably going to see that one more often. The cooldown is automatically reset if you defeat a hero. So that's what makes her also quite strong in team modes, beyond just her ultimate being really strong. And in fact, it just ignores all the neutrals in the game. This here can be spammed a lot if they start getting kills or something like that. Yeah, I've played her a little bit, but honestly, I find her transformation so fucking dull that I stopped playing her. That brings us to Valda, the de facto transformer hero that caused me so many headaches when I played this game, and I honestly hate her guts, but I've tried to learn to play her, so I'm going to try to figure out how to play against her. The vast majority of Valdas are going to be using V2, and then F2. F2 being a simple escape that if you get hit, you can flip your camera, go behind the enemy, and get a free combo on them by consuming them in cum. Her ultimate gives her an enormous, unnecessary amount of temporary health and access to 3 water spears, which if they hit, basically gives her a free combo. They can also be held when her ult is up to give her an enormous, very long amount of uninterruptible focus. I think it's gold focus. Doesn't really look gold. It looks red though. And that can be used to stall, but if she holds it, it's much more likely that spears are going to be iframed. The only real way to deal with her spears, past hoping the fact that she's using a controller, which makes it impossible to aim, is that you can iframe the spears. That's the only thing you can hope to do, which, if you are getting knocked down or in the middle of a combo, you can't avoid them. So Valda is quite capable of TODs. Valda is extremely popular in every game mode because her ultimate basically gives her 2 extra characters worth of free health. And so long as she has that health, she has TOD potential with nearly every weapon in the game past maybe heavy weapons. Just because any basic combo can lead into another water spear. The only thing you can watch out for is this immune to dragon's coil. If you get hit once and she uses a water spear again too quickly, it's not going to stun you, but it is going to stagger you, which is basically going to be the exact same thing. It looks like that. Still is basically crowd control, just not quite as powerful. The range of the water spears is actually quite insane. So Valda is very popular in team modes using this because she can peel for allies. While this will not suck transformers into a whirlpool, it will still stagger Ainur. I don't think it staggers Tianhai or Yueshan. I could be wrong though. Because of all that power, she's very popular in everything and is very common in solos at high and low level. Dealing with her at low level is a fucking nightmare. Because even rudimentary understanding of combos and neutrals allows her to set up to use her ultimate for TODs. And even if you only get hit by a single spear, that amount of damage is well more than enough to change the tides against a relatively close low-level fight. Because it's basically going to give her access to something like, I don't know, a GS attack that does like 1,000 damage that you can't parry because you're stunned. When you're stuck in there, you can't use a combo breaker, so she can use something like a spear vertical to get a single massive hit out of it. The only way of dealing with her when her ult is up is basically trying to stun her, run away, or iframe the water spears. Once a Valda understands that you are going to iframe the water spears, she is then going to instead reserve them for using them in combo mix-ups, which means she will just turn them into a TOD fodder. This is what I ran into with Lab, Immortal, and Nebula, and many others just constantly. Is just the second I started trying to learn how to actually iframe them and I was able to iframe one or two, they just won't throw them blindly anymore. They have nerfed her a little bit since I started playing, but I think they just need to redesign this ability completely from scratch and make it interesting instead. What you're going to see a lot within trios in particular, and perhaps the other game modes now that it's been buffed so much, is V1. I do not believe you can iframe that at all. When you're in this, you can throw a water spear that actually does a lot of damage and has huge area of effect. Before, for the longest time, you could only throw one spear. Now you can throw an extra two. And again, those ones are very hard to avoid. This ultimate is very annoying and very irritating to deal with, and very powerful. But the ultimate in itself is not what makes it incredibly powerful. It is the synergy it has with other characters. This ult is inescapable. You can mash the button as much as you want, you are not getting out of it. Look how long that crowd control is. It may as well last the entire game length. Meanwhile, Tianhai will grab you out of the air. Or Valda, or Viper, sorry. Viper's V1 will stun you rather than just stagger you. She basically is an initiator, and that ult is effectively unavoidable. The distance of it and the radius of it is fucking massive. This will almost always catch all three players of a team who attempts to interact with you in any shape or fashion. But what is more often the case is the Valda will initiate without you even being aware that you're dealing with a Valda at all. Because there's so many different skins in this game, she can come around a corner or a wall, bush, whatever. And once you're in front of her, you're not getting out of that. It's just going to hit you, and that's it. Even if she only catches one or two people, they're basically dead. So rather than make this ability interesting and not stupid, they buffed it and let her do crazy amounts of damage with it, on top of permanently stunning everybody. Bravo, 24 Entertainment. Bravo. Very, very exciting hero design. Her F1 allows her to shoot a ball. This is the one that Lab was using to try to TOD. It's very, very strong. But this does not allow her to escape. So it does have its drawback. Soaked is a special debuff. Decreases attack and triggers all remaining burn damage. I don't think it's super significant, but you never know. I only passingly play her, so I couldn't tell you. Yueshan is your second major, or third major transformer at this point. As far as the starting characters are concerned, Tianhai followed by Yueshan are kind of more or less your de facto transformers, but Feria is there primarily to counter the either of them. You don't see Yueshan as much anymore because Einor basically does what he does, but has way more mobility. He does do less damage though. Yueshan does do more damage. You used to see Yueshan in solos, but then people learned how to climb trees, and yeah. He's known mostly for transforming, where he basically becomes immune to the rest of the game, except for very specific things, namely Feria. And when he catches you, you are stunned for like 5 fucking years, and it does 1,000,000 damage. There are videos on Douyin of Yueshan's being able to use his jump and charge and knock people off of pulls and yang consecutively and actually have quite a lot of mobility to him. Since then, they've made several patches to him that basically permit him to have even more mobility and reactiveness than he used to. But nonetheless, he still can overshoot, and hitting with that isn't necessarily as easy as it looks. So there is definitely a learning curve to him. High FPS, low ping players will easily iframe most of his abilities. Players like me will get basically permanently CC'd by him, and when his ultimate is active, the only thing you can really try to do is run away, because that's exciting game design. Both of his ultimates basically do the same thing, while having some different attributes. When you use a special ability within this one here, it gives some buffs. I'm not actually sure what people run because I'm not sure I've ever really noticed this. His skills include this, which is your basic combo breaker. And I'm not sure. F2 cannot be used while being attacked. Oh yes, the bots use this a lot. You know, to be fair, I've seen some players use this too. They use it as an initiator because I think it gives you a combo. Let's find out. Alright, the bot can escape the GS, but can he escape the longsword? No, the bot cannot actually escape that with the longsword. So yeah, I have seen a few people run that. And it can be used to peel and initiate. But it does not give you the escape. So, still though, 22-second cooldown is kind of long for that. So it might be better to be a little bit more defensive, since his ult is the main thing that keeps him going. Oftentimes, you're only going to see him in trios. I don't think you're going to see him that much in duos. But back in the day, I did run into a rare player that plays him solos. I think that if you know how to navigate using his ultimate, you can make him work him solos. I've certainly seen videos of him doing very well on China server. But in NA, you're not going to see that nearly as often. He's definitely been outclassed by Einor, who has a lot more mobility and can do very, very high burst damage. And Einor's recipe to success is not as steep, where this guy kind of relies on getting the charge attacks or getting that impale, which if they avoid that, then he doesn't get as much like raw crowd control out of it. Here we go to another character that thankfully has been nerfed a lot since I first started playing him, but he is still extremely oppressive and annoying. Wuchen was previously one of the most powerful heroes in the game, predominantly because of his ultimate. During his ultimate, he can throw out a sword that if it hits an enemy, which is extremely easy to do because the radius of it is fucking massive. Very, very massive. Very, 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 very massive. As you can see, that was nowhere near him. Once it hits them, it latches onto them, spawning a gabillion swords. What they nerfed on him is there's less large swords. The only thing you can do during this is try to hold a blue focus and tap dodge the large swords. When you are high ping, this is very, very, very difficult. While his ultimate is up, he can cancel it early, and it will not, however, conserve his rage. This ultimate can stagger some Transformers, I think, the big swords, but it's most well known for doing a crazy amount of damage. 320, 320, and then that other one would be a 320. So even though the bot dodged a bunch, that still did almost 1,000 damage. By the way, I have a second charge. During which, you can happily just throw blues and shit at him. There's less swords now, so during the middle of the ultimate, you have a bit more time to try to navigate fighting, and I have been able to kill one high-level player through the ultimate. But make no mistake, it's still very, very powerful. While that's up, his F skill changes, and he gets to shoot fucking swords that look really derpy. And those can be quite irritating. Haven't really seen it a lot, so I can't really comment extensively on them. His other ultimate is very, very different. He's one of the few heroes that has a very fundamentally different second ultimate. This one creates a testicle. When that testicle is active, you can teleport your entire team, I think anybody who's around you, over to it. It gives a huge buff, apparently. Maybe it teleports all allies. And apparently, when it's up, you can just cancel it and get back all of your rage. Interesting. And while this is up... No, okay, so... What I was curious about. After setting, tap V to increase the damage reduction of all allies within 40 meters. Yeah, so just using it gives it damage reduction. This teleports their bodies, their remains. So if you have a party member that died out of position somewhere, you can activate this and teleport their body to somewhere safe, where you can then revive them. Obviously, that's a trios thing in particular, but you don't see him very often anymore because there's other heroes that basically do what he used to do, but even better. But make no mistake, being able to teleport your entire party somewhere is very powerful no matter which way you look at it. It's just there's so many heroes with crazy mobility and gap closing and shit now that it's kind of overshadowed, and Hadi can do this same thing to an extent. His skills are sort of similar to each other, but what they actually do are different. Both of them can be used while being attacked. So this one here, the first one, F1, basically lets him cast some swords. These swords don't do much damage, which makes you wonder why they're swords, but that damage is 69, which is nice. More importantly is these swords actually restore shields of all allies within a certain range around them. They also create a little shield effect here that can block enemy ranged attacks. The big thing about this skill is its cooldown is quite substantial. However, while he has Spirit Blades active, he gains a cheat death ability that negates one failed strike. This can be very, very important. The other one is one that you see a lot more often nowadays, which is the teleport. You can use this to escape, and then within the next 10 seconds, you can use it to swap. This leads to a combo. Very, very common. The impact effect for that is actually fucking huge. I think that's at the very edge of it, but it still staggered him. Yeah, there you go. See? There's nowhere near him. It still hit him. So typically, you're going to see him use that when he's really, really close. He'll come in and fling that. It has a very, very fast animation, and it leads to a combo. Very, very common to see that. He is basically a one-trick. However, the cooldown on it is not actually that bad. 22 seconds once he activates it. So he can have a very, very high threat and, you know, very strong pressure for like 10 seconds and then use it. And then by the time he's done even a basic combo, that ability is going to be almost halfway done already. So yeah, a lot of pressure comes from Wuchen. He's a very, very high pressure hero. And both the V2 and F2 have crazy attachment radiuses. The one thing about his V2 that I didn't tell you was that if it misses, it still creates damage. A lot of damage. I have been TOD'd by that on Matari. I did manage to avoid him. He flung it out at a very, very long range, and it did miss me because it hit a boat that was above me. And it still permanently stunned me because I was on Matari. I didn't have an escape ability. And it just killed me. Just straight up. Just killed me. I still had most of my health and armor. It just killed me. It's crazy. You're a cat. So, now we will continue. And now we will talk about Justina. I'm even more tired than I used to be. Because her power is going to be gone in a couple hours. And I can't sleep because I got to deal with my grandmother in a couple hours. So I may as well continue to record. So Justina is one of the characters I've played a significant amount of. Mostly in duos, a little bit in trios, and some in solos. Justina is primarily played with V1, which is the dashing freezing. She used to have a V2 that created an area of effect when she hit things and used a bit more rage. That's been rolled into this as an active ability used with your V. And she maintains her old V3, that is now V2. This creates a line of ice that blocks attacks, except for ranged, and only lasts a short amount of time. It has been very, very significantly nerfed. It used to last for 6 seconds. No, it says lasting for 6 seconds. Did they remove the debuff? Maybe it used to be 8 seconds. I don't know, but they've nerfed it. It's really bad now. It never really was that good. It was a little annoying in trios because it could basically zone out a piece of terrain for a while. This is what it looks like. The biggest issue with this particular ultimate for those dealing with it is it tends to freeze things that are outside of its area of effect because it's a decal that has a very, very low scale to it, right? So that it doesn't really properly reflect what the threat is, because I guarantee you if you're here, you're going to get frozen because your capsule is going to go into it. Whereas the decal, it's some square that doesn't properly fit to the actual threat size of the effect. The ice can also be kind of lost amidst other effects, so it's not very visibly apparent in some cases. I have lots of videos of getting frozen by this shit where you just can't fucking see it, and that's costed me a lot of headaches. It is a projectile, and this projectile goes through shit, so you can hit people behind pillars with it, which can be entertaining and annoying in Yang in particular. But its duration is not really that long. It definitely doesn't last as long as it used to. I'm pretty sure it's been nerfed. And it's enough to like cop out a heal in it, but anyone can just swap to a pistol or cannon or something and start shooting you if you try to do that. So it's more powerful when it's synergized with other characters. It was only ever really used in team games. Now it's especially only team games. Most importantly is that it can freeze transformers. That's probably the main reason why they nerfed it, is because, oh my gosh, there was something in the game that could temporarily annoy Tianhai. And they are on a steady path of making sure that Tianhai remains the most powerful character in the game for transformers as they possibly can, which means nerfing things that might have some effectiveness against him. It's frankly a shock they haven't just deleted Feria because she's so effective at annoying him. Well, this used to be good at maintaining that and at least stalling his ability to kill your entire team, but it definitely did get nerfed. Most people are going to be running this ultimate instead. And this ultimate is not like a lot of the other ultimates I've shown you. It requires you to have good frame rate and preferably good ping. A lot of the time when I try to use this ultimate, it would stall like crazy. The whole game would fucking freeze. And then I would just be over there somewhere. They have since improved the magnetism a little bit for it, where I can get it to work most of the time in training by pushing the attack button at about the second that the F goes through them. When you watch someone like Hypernova play this character even on stream with his incredibly high frame rate, it looks very, very easy to get this ultimate to work and magnetize this shit. But this goes very, very fast, and it's very, as you can see, it's very, very easy to fuck up the magnetism and miss. So after they nerfed what is now her V2, I basically stopped playing her. I've played a little bit with this, but there's so many cases I would go to use this ultimate, and I either have to push the attack so soon because of how badly it performs, or too late, and I'll either not hit it, or I'll overshoot. Justina is also the character that I discovered just how fucked the netcode in this game really is. It was when I first encountered Hypernova for my very first time, and that I played Justina, and it was in duos, and we played against him in Yang. And on my screen, I had used my ult, and I had gone right into him in Yang. But I didn't get the freeze. It didn't freeze him. And I thought that's really weird. So it turns out that Hypernova does a lot of streaming. And I went ahead and checked out his stream to look at that fight. Turns out, and I frame by frame this on his video and my video, on his end, I was nowhere fucking near him. At all. I was like 3 or 4 player spaces to the side somewhere. It was completely desynced. Completely desynced. And I thought, well, no wonder why I didn't freeze him. I was nowhere near him. But I looked at my video, and frame by frame, I could see I crossed his character model. I went right through him on my end. But on his end, that never happened. So he never got frozen. Because he, being the lower ping player, was server authoritative. Which means that the netcode in this game is really fucking bad. That was the awakening moment for me in discovering just how bad the netcode and how frame dependent Naraka Bladepoint really was. That was fairly early into my time playing this game. We would have won that Yang fight. We would have beaten Hypernova. That would have been quite an accomplishment for a fairly new player. That would have been very nice to have had a nice, even battle against him. Could have been interesting. But when I tried to interact with him, the game said, no, you're not allowed to do that. Almost every single time I've tried to use her ultimate after that, I have had similar interactions. Only in very, very specific cases have I not had that interaction. Because the magnetism, while it's a little better today than it used to be back then, because that was quite a while ago now, it still causes me issues. And still sometimes, especially in team games, when the frame rate is really, really low and they're really, really fluctuating, I can't get it to hit shit at all. Never mind the fact that a high FPS low ping player sees this animation last longer than you do and can easily react to it. You can tap dodge out of it and avoid it. So if you are looking to follow the steps of Hypernova, who is a Justina main, or was anyways, beware that you need to have good performance to really get mileage out of this ultimate. It is very, very, very difficult to use. There is a fairly significant skill ceiling because you can use it for TODs and shit like that. And after their changes to it, they added, like I said, there used to be 3 sets of abilities. They reduced it to 2. And the V2 got bundled into this from hitting V. When you do that, it changes the properties of your dash. Normally that dash will not freeze certain things like blue focus, but when you use that ability, which does cause some rage, now suddenly you can do that. It's very important to note that does not affect focus enemies or transformed enemies using their skills. And then the next F will be able to freeze enemies without ultimate focus and transformed enemies. So it significantly changes the properties of it. Very, very, very significantly. Still not as good as the V2 for freezing certain transformers and shit like that, but still worth noting. Her F1 is very rarely sometimes used. It will restore your armor a little bit when you use it. You cannot use it while you're in combat. The F2 is much more common, can be used while attacked. It starts up a little faster as well. This ability has some odd interactions, which, depending on ping and FPS, can lead to you getting true combos on people when you come out of the thing and get that stagger. You can also sometimes stagger before they can even get away from you. I don't seem to be able to do that, but Lab does that to me constantly. Most critically, you don't get that ability when you're in your ultimate. It's replaced by the dash button, right? So you don't get that defensive function. But this also causes problems because if your ultimate goes out and you're trying to dash, you might suddenly waste your thing. Valda also has this issue. When you're in ultimate, if you manage to find fireflies or pick up Soul Bloom or stuff like that, you can gain some extra charges, but it won't give you duration. So again, quite noteworthy. The other thing is that she refreshes the cost if she hits 2 targets, and even though they have that immune to freeze debuff, it does stagger them. That stagger is quite a big deal, even in solos during hot drops and large fights. Apparently, Justina can just constantly be going back and forth, stunning people and staggering them over and over, which can lead to true combos. In other words, Justina is very powerful in all the game modes, solos, duos, and trios, but she does have a pretty high performance requirement and a pretty high skill ceiling. A good chunk of which gets overshadowed by the newer heroes that can basically do what she does, doing more damage with better focus and less requirements to reach that same degree of success. So, continuing our recordings, we're going to move on to Takeda. Takeda is a character that you're probably going to know most for his counterattack that steals your shit. So it's one of the only heroes that still has 3 abilities and 3 skills left. He hasn't received his buff/rework that's going to make him as equally busted as all the other heroes that got their buff/rework, except for Zai, who didn't really get anything out of it at all. So Takeda is most well known just for that mythic grab. You probably encounter bots that do this, and then if you blue him, he will steal your item. Just like so. If he cannot pick up your item, then it will not be grabbed. Now, there are a few people out there who labor under the mistaken belief that Takeda is not that strong and should be buffed. But Takeda is actually an extremely powerful hero. What makes the difference between Takeda and, say, for example, busted characters like this one, this one, this one, this one, is Takeda has a substantially higher execution requirement and skill ceiling for him, but he's still very strong. You just need to know how to use him. Now, the de facto Takeda, you're going to see this a lot in trios, especially with console players and new people running him, is they're just going to kind of like activate this and run into the fray and hope to steal an item or whatever. Of course, what you normally do at that point is you just use white attacks and skills and stuff like that and kind of wait it out. The problem is that when he's got a lot of very, let's see here, we can actually preview some of his gear in this that I do not possess. So it's say, for example, like this, right? He's got like this skin on or something like that. Now the purple really easily blends into him, so the effect is not very obvious. So there are times you can surprise people depending on how busy the skin that he has active on cannot obscure that buff. It does, however, have quite a long cooldown, and it doesn't have much initiation potential. What you're actually probably going to see, I'm not sure which one he normally uses. I think it's this one here. So this one here is kind of just like a grab. Now, something you might notice is that we can grab, and depending on the circumstances, if they have a blue focus, it will grab them into the ground. I believe that actually turns into the combo. That turns into a combo. So he will wait kind of to see if you're going to try to hold a blue against him, and then he's going to try to grab that. And both of these are basically blue focuses. And this one turns into a combo no matter what. So it's probably F2 that you see him using. So if they are in blue focus, it'll grab their weapon just like this is. So it also gives a restore. So Takeda kind of really has an emphasis on following his opponent, and it's on his opponent to kind of gauge when he's going to use this. So they might try to like hold a blue and then dash out, or whatever to avoid getting caught by this, because even if they don't hit the blue, it still turns into a combo. Right? So you have to be very, very wary of that. Very, very, very wary of that. Where Takeda is very strong, however, is going to be his ultimates, particularly his F3. But you don't see that as often in team comps. You're going to see one of these others here. Now, let me... No, maybe it's F2, you know. So... So, I don't think this is what I'm thinking of. You can use this skill at any point. It changes your F skill. And it sends out this purple Billy Harrington that then roughs out whoever is in front of him. And much like similar ultimates, grabbing Fireflies or Soul Bloom will restore some charges of it. So he scales very, very well into a fight. Now, what makes this ultimate is that you can use this to extend combos. Now, I've never even attempted to do this with him, but you can use it while you're being controlled, and you can use it to extend combos. And you can also use it for protection. So let's say, for example, I'm going to see if I can get the bot to parry me. So he can parry me, and I can knock him out of it. So that's a very, very, very strong ability. Very, very, very strong. Do not underestimate that skill. Dale Deer, the individual who coached me a little bit in the past, I believe that Takeda was one of his mains. Now, of course, when he was coaching me, he hadn't played the game in a very, very long time. But he still hopped onto Takeda to show us why he made so many people extremely angry about him. And he does, I believe, have some videos that shows his gameplay with this character as well. Of course, the game was quite different back then, and Takeda is absolutely outscaled by really busted heroes like this, and this, and this. But he is still strong. He is still strong, and you can encounter a handful of Takeda players that do have the hours in him to make the most out of him. So, however, I think they often use this, but I might be wrong. I don't know what builds he used, but I think this one here is basically the same as this one, but it has different functionality. So, for example, if I use it as it is, yeah, I think this one's different. I'm not sure that this one really gets... I don't really recognize the attack graphic, so that's why I'm not really familiar with it. Now, what I think is different about this one is this one has an extra... Oh, it's because I reset it. This one has extra functionality. You can see the bar filling up as I put items in my inventory. So, this one actually scales quite heavily based on the items I have. You can see the attack looks different now. It has gold focus, and that probably means it can interrupt things. So when it turns purple, it can use F4 times. It turns gold, his F attacks become more powerful. They can probably interrupt certain amounts of gold focus. Now, one of the very hidden things about this game that's very important to know is that not all gold focus is equal, and not all skill focus is equal. That's why Transformers are incredibly powerful, because I believe they are like perpetually an ultimate focus or something like that. And that's why things like counterattacks that you perhaps got on their teammates or stuff like that, none of that's just going to stagger them. That's why Zai can't really stagger most of them, so on and so forth. But certain things like her cannon can. And none of it's very obvious, because they're not equal. And we're going to show you a couple things that are not equal at all. For example, when we get to Shayol's F2, it shows blue frames when it starts, which makes you think you can parry it. Guess what? You can't. Anyways, actually extending this guy's ultimate and getting a TOD out of it is probably something you're going to do in F1 or whatever. I have no idea how you would do it. But we talk about like launches and stuff like that. That F2 can also be used as a restand in certain cases. So Takeda is a very, very strong combos character. I would say he's very similar to Tarka, perhaps not in the kind of time it would take to actually really learn how to do TODs with him. But he has very similar applications. Just how it's actually executed is very different. So when they do inevitably do some work on him, I hope they push him away from that, because TODs just aren't interesting. Combos are not interesting. I feel like they can make this character a lot more exciting than that. But going 24 Entertainment, they will drop the ball and they'll make him just as busted as Yoto and Tarka, if not more so. So, his other ability that you're going to see a little bit more often, especially in team games, is basically he creates an area of effect. When you see this, that's your key to get out of it if you are an enemy. Because if it lands on you, it may not do a tremendous amount of damage, giving on his Jades and weapon, but every single skill in the game, regardless of what it is, scales on weapon quality and I believe attack shades. Every single skill, even the ones that just do tiny amounts like 10-20 damage, they all scale based on weapon quality and attack shades. So if Takeda has a good quality weapon and has, let's see, that did 800 damage, right? So if I say, for example, I don't know, had an inventory filled with Rampage and use this ultimate, that brings me all the way up to 923. That's nearly 1,000 damage for an ability that chains very well into other things. Now, even if he uses this as fast as possible, you can iframe this and get out of this. I have actually been able to iframe this ability more than any other ability in the game. And most people that have better performance than I do will be able to iframe it. However, if, for example, you have a Temulch ult, a Justina, someone else who can control or prevent you really from getting away from it, suddenly this guy becomes quite capable of doing a wombo combo. However, if he doesn't have the weapon quality and the Jades, even if he get hit by this, the damage is rarely that good. It also doesn't silence them and prevent them from using escape skills. Probably the biggest one being like Justina's F, or perhaps the ball from this one. They can escape from it. So, or otherwise nullify the damage. So that's why it definitely helps to have a little bit of assistance. Perhaps you might want to have this guy grab someone, or this guy grab someone, or maybe her ability silence, or something like Aurora Burst, whatever. If he has a little bit of setup, that ability can do a fair bit of damage. But evidently, where he looks weak is when you start comparing him to a lot of the newer heroes, particularly, again, these two. Quite capable of doing a lot of damage with their skills without having to really need any setup or put in that much effort. That brings us to Matari. Matari is another hero that you're going to see a little bit of conflict on. She is strong, but not that strong compared to the new heroes. She is definitely one that has been power crept a lot. So you're mostly going to be seeing the bots using like this shit. They're just going to randomly hop around and it's going to look pretty worthless. And then every now and then they'll like go invisible, and they might use this thing to do an basically inescapable gold focus attack on you. And that's kind of really about it. Not the most exciting character. Doesn't really seem to be that strong, although the cloaking hypothetically could be useful. That might be what you're thinking. Quite early into my time playing this game, I ran into a dude who was like, his name was all caps, Stealth, and he had periods between them all, and I had killed him a couple times. And then he switched to Matari. This was in Bloodbath. And he swapped over to Matari in the next round, and he introduced me a couple of times to a TOD where, as you can see, even on my ping, I can't do this very well. I've never even tried to do this. but there is a TOD where you can use this to lift people off the ground. It might require 2-1-1, I don't really know, but it was definitely like, I have never seen anyone else since then do that TOD before. Never. So that skill combination is quite powerful. So there is a lot of tech that Matari can do and a lot of cheeky things. She's kind of about survival. But when you look at her skills, you will very quickly realize one of the reasons why she's not played very much. She has no escape at all. She has no escape. So you need to have very, very strong neutrals with her to make sure you are not subject to a TOD, because if you are, you're fucked. You have no way out at all. So that, plus actually making use of her skills, is quite challenging in certain cases. She looks very simple, but when it comes to actually playing the game, especially when you're trying to avoid getting TOD'd or comboed, especially in group content, her usefulness starts to become very questionable. But I definitely see her semi-regularly in team games in particular, and that is because when you are invisible, and I think I forgot to mention this with Viper, but when you are invisible, or if you're hidden inside a bush, not these, but the red bushes that actually make you invisible and give you the little effect, Viper's ult can no longer hit you. The same is true as if you have Ripple Step, which I will talk about later when we get to Jade's. But when I did a lot of trios like a year and a half or so ago, we had Viper in our comp, of course, from Mucky. And we did run into a lot of Matari comps. And basically, the second Viper pops her ult, the Matari is going to try to LOS it so that she's no longer silenced. She's going to pop this, and her whole team becomes invisible. And that nullifies Viper's ultimate at that point. You'll also note that they can continue to attack and be attacked while they're invisible, and this also messes up the lock-on. So this can be surprisingly irritating to deal with, especially if you don't have very good eyesight and you're not very good at seeing things. The restore health and armor is not really anything to hoot about. It's just kind of there. The extra skill use is primarily for your F skill, because when we have this, it has 2 with F1. When I ult, it's going to give me 3. So that's 3 charges of this. Now, if I swap to her F2, you're going to notice that I only have 1 charge of that skill. When I use the ultimate, it's only going to give me 2 charges. You'll also note that F2 does not change. This is the way the skill normally is with this ultimate. So typically, but not always, typically, it makes sense for Matari to use her F1 most with her V1, because it gives you that special attack. You get more charges of the utility out of that skill. But F2 is more universally useful offensively. That said, there is a couple of Matari players like Clever that have shown me that there are neat ways to use the F1 skill that may not be very obvious. You might think, and this is what that Ether fellow is doing, where he would jump behind me and maybe try to parry me, or jump behind and then do a blue focus, or use it to juke. It has a little bit of usefulness. It gives you a very, very small attack boost for just a handful of seconds, so it's not really anything to note about. But like a lot of other similar skills, you can use it while going up. It goes by your camera. So what that means is that you have the potential to get some jukes and locomotion out of it that you may not expect. For example, when Clever would lose team fights because he was playing with pickup groups and they were all fucking terrible, he would just pop up in the air and then grapple away. And he survived a lot of fights by doing that. A lot of people don't think to look up. Verticality is not something you see in video games very often. So for someone just to appear quite a distance in the air, a lot of people don't look up, which is one of the problems a lot of people, including myself, have with chasing. Is verticality is just something you don't see in video games, because Americans have a hard time with verticality, and AI and stuff like that for video games, developers are too lazy to make it support verticality, especially in Naraka. You'll see the AI struggles with ledges of any kind. In fact, I don't think they even use navigation meshes. So this character is actually very good against bots, just getting away from them. Just, if they lock you in a TOD for whatever reason, you can't escape. Problem, each of those charges has a 25-second cooldown, so make use of them very well. Now, this does make you invisible just for a moment, which is why you can sometimes get behind... Oh no, that's only when its ultimate is up. Yeah, okay. Never mind. 15% attack, not very much. The F2 is typically what I use, and if you hold it, it charges into gold focus. I don't think that interrupts any of the ultimates like Yueshan or, you know, Feria or whatever, but it can, I believe, interrupt some things, maybe like counterattacks and other stuff like that. It is an initiator. You can get a hard combo with this, even on a blue focus. That's the basic use of it. That was not true, apparently. Interesting. So, I guess if you hit them with it, it counts as one of your hits and you can't needle it. So you probably want to, like, initiate and then... Right? Not even that is true for me because LMAO paying in FPS. So this does a little bit of damage, and the distance and so on scales by how much you charge it. Problem is, every single person in this game is going to iframe this in solos and most team games. As long as they're not being staggered, every single person will iframe this because it's very telegraphed. It makes a fairly audible sound, and even if you hold it... Oh, Canada moment. Every single person who sees this is going to iframe it because it's not very fast. Unless they have very high ping like I do, then it's a coin flip. But I've been able to iframe it a handful of times. What makes Matari a great noob stomper, and were so many games that I had a lot of success with her when I was doing early duos, is the combination of this with V2. So V2 is a little different. So when you activate V2, nothing happens, but you do gain access to a special ability you can push with V. This teleports you behind targets and makes you momentarily invisible. Fun fact, the way it's worded, you can use it with a blue focus. Now, if you read it, it says it will not interrupt non-attack motions. That kind of insinuates you can't use it while attacking. That's wrong. That is wrong. Because you can use it while you're holding a focus, which is just basically attacking. And you can hold it right up to the very end and get a free hit. So a lot of the times when you see Matari ultimate, you hear the voice line, and she does not go invisible, and she's at a distance and starts holding a blue focus. Parry! Maybe jump parry, but parry. You will get a parry because she will jump on top of you and release the blue focus 9 times out of 10. And then you will parry her when she does so. Of course, make sure you don't get hold checked by this. So there is a controller player called Cat-chan who played Matari, and he was about my skill level, maybe a little under my skill level, and I punked him very, very good with this. Very, very good with this. But I've punked a few people with it, even in team games. You can watch out for that. She usually telegraphs herself. It's when she is off screen that you don't see it that can be a little bit of an issue. Now, it is important to have a response to that. And like I said, this is a noob stomper. Because there are certain Jades that you just do not want to get hit by. And one of them is Aurora Burst. Because Aurora Burst silences you when you're trapped in it. If you get stuck in here, you're in for a bad time. Of course, there's a lot of other Jades too, which I can show later, but this was one I abused a lot. My team composition was Shayol Matari. And when we get to Shayol, you'll understand why this was stupid. Enemy teams had a habit of focusing the Shayol. So the Shayol would keep them occupied, and I would just ult at a distance, and drop on top of them, and then kill them with this. Or similar Jades. There's a few of them, but this is useful outside of blues, though. You can juke people with it a lot. A lot of the times when you use this, people expect you to do these attacks. And you don't have to. Right? You don't have to. You can just run. Right? So, especially in like a team comp or a multi-unit fight. Yeah. This is very, 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 very cheeky ability. The big difference, however, is you do not get that special gold attack, regardless of which of these you use, period. It does give you the extra skill use, so it can help you refresh this, or give you an extra charge of this or whatnot, but it doesn't change it. Actually, it might change this one. Let's see. No. Oh, it does! Interesting. Okay. I've never used it. I stand corrected. Yeah, so F2 still changes the F1 skill. So, if you don't want to use the other one, you can use F1. And that can be used for some cheeky shit. For example, initiating one of those TODs that she's capable of doing, if you've got the skills for it. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. When her ultimate is active, Matari restores health and armor and becomes invisible upon hitting enemies. So that health restore is not really that significant, but I believe there is one game that it has helped me out. So Matari is kind of like Justina in that the way that she plays actually changes quite fundamentally depending on which ult she takes. The ults really do kind of greatly change her. This one here has very, very different applications than this one does, but they're both quite viable, and both skills are quite viable. With this one here being more common, particularly in like lower and mid levels, because it's kind of unga bunga, you just hit people with damage, initiate a combo, peel with it, penetrate with it at max charge or whatever, and maybe use it for a little bit of mobility, stuff like that. That's what I've typically used. But if you've got good, weapon skills, mechanical and neutral skills, and high FPS and low ping, she opens up a lot of potential between mixing these two for TODs and just general mobility to help you get in and out more with her skills. It also helps that she has some of the best outfits in the game. If it would load. If it'll load. If it'll load. Oh, connecting. Canada moment, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, I pay $140 every month for internet that can't connect at all. Actually, this is probably Naraka that's done this, because in the last patch, Naraka has helpfully enriched my performance by giving me connecting screens all over the place. And it's not just me that's been afflicted by this. So I suppose we'll just be waiting for a little while for it to probably disconnect and or freeze, and me having to restart the game, because I love high quality service. Wonderful. I love technology. It's always so fucking reliable. A battle is still ongoing. Yeah, sure. So, like I was saying before, attempting to access the collection caused the fucking internet to explode. She has some of the better appearances, but she only has a handful of them because of reasons. Probably because nobody plays her. Next character. Akos. One of the most popular characters in the game right now. Played in literally every mode. You're gonna see him all over the place. All of his shit is viable. I have no idea how to play him whatsoever. So Akos is quite capable of TODs using either ultimate, and Roar is going to be the more common of the skills you run into, or Roar Blast, that is. but every now and then you do run into ones that use this as well. It's not as common, but it does happen. I'm actually not sure why these are different, but the big thing about him is that without his V1, he doesn't have an escape. But if he does have V1, he basically becomes nigh uncontrollable so long as he plays well. He is a fairly sophisticated hero to play regardless of the ultimates, but to summarize, the skill 1 is basically his defensive ability, but you'll notice that you can't use it while you're being attacked, right? So it's yeah, there's the reason why you don't use it as much, but it does give you damage reduction. If you hit multiple enemies, it basically makes them unkillable. So it does have a long cooldown. This can be used to repel enemies from allies, although the range on it may not be as high as you might think. It does knock them away quite the distance. Most people are going to be using the second skill because it has a disgusting amount of range, and it can hit people behind yang pillars. It does a surprisingly large amount of damage just for yelling gaming words at people. So basically, he can use it to initiate combos at any stage, but people might iframe it by predicting it. So he has the ability to hold it for a little while and release it when he wants to. So you're gonna see this used all over the place, but especially even at a distance, if he's got better movement than I do, he can initiate a combo with that from quite a far ways away. It does have an extremely fast wind-up where it immediately enters blue focus. You might think, holy shit, blue focus, I can parry that. You can't. So it should really be like purple focus or something, or whatever, but if you're like me and you're paying more attention to the outline, the blue focus could confuse you. You might try to parry it, and then you get hit by it, and then you die. So this ability is extremely powerful. But he's most well known for turning into a steroid that then allows him to buff, that gives him different attacks depending on what's going on, that allow him to do all kinds of shit, like perhaps do a combo and then launch you into an attack, which restores a surprisingly large amount of health, by the way. It's very, very good for sustaining. Very, very, very good. The more he jumps, the more he gains charges of this special attack, which I have no idea really how it works, but I know it can combo. So generally when he ults, the only thing you can do a lot of the time is try to dodge his lunges and try to dodge his slashes. The problem is that they come out so fast that if you're on 70 to 80 MS, you're going to get rubber banded by constantly. The cat's collision is extremely generous. The bot was nowhere near me whatsoever. You can snatch people from this at absolutely insane, impossible distances because 24 Entertainment doesn't understand what a collision mesh is. They never have, and they've never tried to. And Akos is one of the worst characters for this, where he can snatch you at seemingly incredible distances. Basically, like double or triple his fatness, he can grab you. However, he can even grab you from above. So yeah, very, very irritating character to fight against. When he has some mechanical skill with him, he is capable of doing absolutely crazy combos with this. It will be a TOD. He does gain increased attack. He has several different options that he gets just out of jumping. It does increase his mobility, so you're basically never getting away from him. He can spam lunge, which gives him health and armor. It says some health and armor, but it's actually quite a lot. This guy became overpowered, and then they buffed him, 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 because that appears to be their winning strategy for making people enjoy this video game. The second ultimate is not seen nearly as much within solos, but I guarantee you that it is an extremely powerful ultimate. Now, I know it's in one of my recordings, I'm pretty sure, that I released a while ago. But there was a guy I ran into with this character that I think I was able to beat once, or got very close to beating. And then, after Yang, he introduced me to this ability, which allowed him to TOD me. As you can see, I actually launched the bot easily off the ground there. And, yeah, when this combo started, I had no way to escape it. Now, they've changed this ability very recently when they buffed him again, where he is allowed to jump onto the pillar and go into gold focus, which apparently gives you an insanely strong... You can't move while you're on it, but you can stay there, you can charge. It gives you a huge gold focus attack, so... Yeah, that's pretty powerful. You will see this one more in team compositions. Remember I mentioned that Takeda's, what was it, V2, kind of like looks for a little bit of setup? This one's for setup, because if a character attempts to leave here of their own will, they are going to get sucked into it. So, it's even very good as an escape. Because that stagger lasts for a very, very long time. They have to trigger it multiple times, during which you can be quite far away. It also, as you can see, it lasts for an eternity. That's a very, very, very long time. Relocation skills, such as Wuchen's teleport, are disabled while chained. Lunge at a banner to climb on it, and launch a Tiger Claw Skill Rush when Golden Focus. Can charge to increase Tiger Skill Rush's damage. When it's up, you just have a special lunge attack, apparently. I didn't even know that. Nice! That's what the F interact was. It was actually to interact the skill. So without the skill charge, she cannot interact with its own shaft. Interesting. Yeah, very, very powerful hero. Extremely powerful. I can't even begin to show you how strong this guy is. A lot of combinations you're going to see with him include Rumi. You'll see Rumi, Akos, a very, very large amount. There is a gentleman on my friends list. His name is only Akos. And as you might imagine, he plays a lot of Akos, and his partner appears to be a Zai. And I'm not super sold on that combination, but consider this. When he has somebody stuck in his Tiger Grasp, allies can attack them freely, and you cannot interrupt this skill at all. It's a grab attack, which means combo breakers will not escape it. And even Valda's spears cannot peel him off. Also, that does nearly 560 damage. That said, I am obviously very high on damage stats right now, but that just gives you an idea. You know, looking upwards of 500 damage is probably not too excessive on him with mixed jades. Throw in Juggernaut and perhaps some other buff on top of it, and just being grabbed by his tiger can be enough to fuck you over in a fight because of how much healing it gives them and how long you're stunned for. This is a very good delaying skill. If an enemy has transformed that you can actually use this on, like say for example a Yoto, and you do not want to get TOD'd by Yoto, if you're able to grab her and then you waste the duration of her ult while dealing that much damage and sustaining, that's a pretty big game changer. So Akos has a lot of very hidden power creep within him. He gets so much out of that ultimate, but even the Roar Blast is very strong, again, because it goes through a lot of geometry for some reason. Yeah, they're very inconsistent about that. And now we will talk about Zai. Zai is one of my main characters. I've played her a lot. When I started playing the game, she had 3 separate skills and abilities, just like Takeda did, but then they removed one. So her ultimates are exactly the same, and they're the ones I'm going to talk about first. Zai is a transformer that does not gain temporary health. The only difference between her abilities is what the charged ability offers. V1 gives you a little bit of damage with a little bit of excessive range. And if you use it over and over and over again, you're going to get a second attack that looks very similar, but it's not. That's just a generic charged attack. Both of them are still gold focus, but the V1 special attack does a little bit of extra damage. With all these attack shades, it's 740 damage. You see the little blue bar on the crosshair? When it changes colors, and you see that it's light blue, that means that she can use that special focused attack. It doesn't change anything else. By the way, I played Zai for about a year before I even knew those blue bars were there. They were just invisible to me. V2, the only thing that it changes is that attack turns into a little bit of an AoE, and it does some burn damage. You'll notice that the base damage is actually lower than V1, but we do slightly more damage with a burn effect. So the other big difference about these abilities is I think hang on here, give me a moment. I think V1 will angle on surfaces. Yes, it will. So this is very, 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 very important. Because if an enemy is above you, the charged attack on this skill will not normally hit them. Now, I say normally. Okay, normally. Because if you're very high ping and low FPS like I am, you can't just double jump out of this. A lot of players can just double jump out of that skill and it won't hit them. You can also tap dodge through it and take no damage as well. Now, what I want to see here is if we... She's actually not in here. Interesting. But, yeah, you can just tap dodge through it. So, this special skill here, again, watching the crosshair, that just charges over time on its own. When you don't have it up, you still have a modified skill set where you can choose to just charge attacks into gold focus, which can be nice to have because it's gold focus, which means he can't be parried. That's why I liked playing her, because I didn't have to pay attention to neutrals as much. Her base attack in this is, however, still very strong. The 2 hits, I believe, are true, but that third hit does rubber band people if they're high ping like I am. And if you do manage to land it, look at that, 621 base damage off of that is quite high. Again, though, I am sitting on 16% attack with a gold weapon, but you can still be looking upwards of 500 damage with that, depending on your gear. So, Zai is basically the Transformer without the survivability. She has very, 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 very little survivability in her ultimate. Really, the main thing you're looking at doing is trying to catch people when they're trying to iframe it, or chase. I stopped playing her because every time I would ult, people would just run away. And it turns out that if you know how to run in this game, which will be a separate topic I'll discuss, I'm not talking about using grappling hooks, I'm talking about spamming skill. I can't even get the skill rush to work reliably still. Did you know I have 1900 hours in this game? But when people actually know how to do it correctly, especially when they use like a fan or a dagger, they're gone, right? They're gone. And chasing people in her ultimate is actually a little bit of a pain in the ass because the skill rushing in it is not as fast as you would think. You can't locomote with it. Like, to do like the kind of locomotions you do with other stuff like that, you do not get much root motion out of it. So there is a distinct lack of mobility in Zai's ultimate. What she can do with it is she can get a very, very, very long scale rush attack that tends to last a while. But the problem is that if you overshoot an opponent with that, because it can last a really long time, you'll just be gone. And they'll be gone. You won't be able to get out of it. So using Zai, very, very simple on paper, very, very hard to actually make her work. Only until very recently, you could just jump away from all of her attacks, but they did make it so that the V1 can actually aim up and down now, but nobody uses V1 at all. Period. And even then, as you can tell, her other abilities tend not to go up. Like, I am within soft lock distance of the dude, and it didn't really help. So almost every single person except for the newest of players is going to use V2. And if you've got good performance, you can just double jump out of it and it won't hit you. If you don't have good performance, just dash in and out and you will take no damage, just like Lab did in a couple of my videos. It is also viable just to get behind her a lot of the times. If she is sitting there charging this, you can spam like tap dodge, get behind her, because a lot of the attacks, including the ultimate, they do not have a lot of collision to the side or behind them, which allows you just to get behind her. So Lab has demonstrated this again in I think one of the casts I did, or maybe one of the compilation videos I showed a Zai that he played against. He just like sat behind her. Every time he would every time she charged, he would just scoot behind her. So against a mechanically competent player, it's very, very hard to get her to succeed. A lot of people play Zai, but very few people are actually good at her. There is some tech you can do with her. There is some combos you can do with her, but honestly, I don't think it's super necessary. If you can do it, it's great. But being able to land that 1, 2, 3 is a lot of damage in itself. Do not underestimate that. Making use of the gold focus in itself can be good. If you've got good neutrals as it is, you don't necessarily need to do a huge amount of tech with her ultimate to get a lot of mileage out of it. Because that ultimate can be used to kind of shore up some failures in the neutrals and get back a little bit of pacing and damage. The problem is it's absolutely worthless against every single transformer in the game. Valda hard counters her, Tarka hard counters her, Yoto shits on her, Akos shits on her, he shits on her hard. She gets shat on by a lot of things. Why is that? Because she has to stand there in charge. Yes, it's gold focus. Akos doesn't care. Kanye doesn't care. Einor doesn't care. Tarka doesn't care. Anytime you stop to do anything, Tarka will fist you or grab you and beat the shit out of you. Anytime you stand there to charge, Akos is going to start a combo on you or grab you. This guy will impale you and send you into a near TOD off of a true combo grab. This guy will throw knives at you or activate his parry thing and just ignore you. Valda will just spear you and then spam ridicule. If Yoto starts a combo on you, you're just fucked. So Zai is a transformer, but a very weak one. Very, very weak one. She can work, particularly in team compositions, but it takes a lot to survive against all the other transformers in the game. She does sustain a little bit better because her base attack is very strong, and a lot of characters like Einor kind of rely on certain circumstances to do big spike damage. Zai can do a reasonable amount of damage over time, and she can do some juggles with her ultimate, but she is very much a waifu character. You play her because you like the character rather than because you need strength out of the character, because she is definitely very, very, very heavily outscaled by a lot of the recent additions to the game. Now, her skills do give you a little bit of options. The Flame Ward, which is the F1, gives you defense. This ability, when active, allows you to use F to come out of it, which will give you a very small damage attack that looks like it should do burn, but it does not. Be very aware of this. F1 does not give you any burn damage at all. When you are in this form, you cannot take damage, but you can be grabbed by just about anything in the game. Shayol, Tianhai, doesn't matter, they can grab you. You think it's a special state by the way it looks? It isn't. It isn't. You can get grabbed. This skill is not that good. But it can also be a little disorienting because when you use it, you start moving by default. It has its own root motion built into the activation. So that can be a little disorienting if you do not want to move. This ability does have some hidden utility, however. When an enemy is attacking with blue, you can be inside that blue, and you can just parry it. When you use her ult, it refreshes it. As you can see, I escaped from the blue. You can parry when you're in it. Doing so will end the state, and basically, it'll give you a free parry. So that can be very useful if enemies are spamming blue carelessly. You don't have to interrupt it by using the F skill. You can try to parry it if you have good confidence that they're going to get the blue finished. You can use that ability and then ultimate and refresh it if you need to. So the ultimate does give you a small amount of escape and utility in that form. F2 is used particularly if the Zai is feeling very confident. It cannot be used while you're being attacked. When you use it, you go up in the air and turn into a fireball that deals a small amount of damage. With all the gold shit I have, it's 450 damage, which isn't terrible, but it's still far from an Akos grab. It does do burn damage. This is the one that does burn damage, so keep that in mind. If you're already in the air, the activation comes out a little bit faster, which can be important because you can combo it with certain abilities. Just the placement is fairly precise if you want to follow up on it. I don't know if there's any restands involved with that or not, but when you use your ultimate, it does knock away enemies. So this can have some usefulness if you've got a lot of people surrounding you and you just want to get some distance on them. You can knock them away if they're somewhat close. So keep that in mind. Just like with F1, using the ultimate allows you to refresh this, which can get you some refreshes and can actually help you a little bit with peeling. Because when you are in this skill, you basically enter skill gold focus, which will knock people off of parries and stuff like that. If you're doing duos or trios and somebody gets parried, you can use that to dive onto the person that is doing the counterattack and peel them away. Just be aware that if you do it while you're on the ground, it does have a little bit of a wind up to it. So you might want to jump and then use it. There is still, however, a wind up to it. A good Zai with good neutrals can get quite a lot of mileage out of this skill too. But all those skills can be iframed as well. You can iframe F1, you can iframe F2, and F2, even on my performance, is generally not that hard to iframe. It's also kind of buggy, where sometimes you will fly past an opponent and just go at a huge distance. And if that happens, you can't stop it. So it happens to me every now and then, and it can be very, very annoying because it can cost you a fight. So I still play Zai. I like her, but the chains not following enemies into the air or attacking down is a consistent issue with her, which is very irritating because other Transformers generally do not have to work as hard to hit things, and she's supposed to have some range to them, but it feels like you don't. And the fact that the V2 just is so easy to avoid if you have good ping and performance, but is just a rubber band disaster on my shit is very, very annoying. A lot of times when I'm playing Zai, it feels like I am lacking damage. I cannot get damage to stick to healers. I cannot get damage to stick to Transformers at all. I just feel grossly outclassed by a lot of these newer characters in particular. She also gets absolutely shat on by Shayol, but a lot of characters get shat on by Shayol, so we'll talk about that when we get to her. But I definitely would like. She was one of the characters I started out with. I saw bots use her. I really like the weapon design of her ultimate because I like rope darts and shit and the chain weapons. But actually playing her against people was an exercise of frustration, and I do still play her in trios, but I find it very, very hard to succeed with her, and I don't feel like, even though she is a damage character and has the damage related ultimate, I often do not find that my numbers with her get any better than any of the other characters that I play. Actually, I think the most successful damage character I have is going to be Tessa. And a little bit of Syra, but I'll talk about those as we get to them. We will talk about Tessa after I check up on my grandmother. Alright, that took longer than I thought. So, Tessa is a character that certain individuals in this game think might be overpowered because of, I guess, how she was when she released. In fact, there is even a Xbox player called Nerf Tessa X. And Nerf Tessa X complains about Tessa all the time. Even though he ping diffs and FPS diffs everyone. Because Tessa is actually not really that strong at all. The only thing that's really good about her is the fact that she's one of the few characters that her ultimate doesn't take the entire 100% rage to use. However, her ultimates are all very, very easy to dodge. Except when you're on high ping, low FPS. I have never once, in the history of my time playing this game, managed to iframe her ultimate. Never. I have avoided it twice by incidentally jumping and moving to the side. So, let's talk about her. Tessa is, I would guess that you would describe her as my main character because she is brainless, but everybody destroys her. You're almost never going to see her in solos unless A, the player's neutrals are so incredibly strong it doesn't matter what character they play, or B, they're bad. Generally, it's going to be they're bad. So she is defined by her ultimate. It has a wind-up animation that every player I've talked to has described to me as incredibly slow. It hits a target, during which it applies a debuff. When that debuff ends, it applies a very short duration semi-stun to them. You'll notice that when it is active on them, a portion of their health bar changes color. When you do damage to them that exceeds that health bar, the stagger is completely over. This is also true for Justina's freeze, by the way. So usually you're going to try to put pressure, do a little bit of damage, and then put in a combo or hit them with a blue or something like that. That's it. If they interact with the testiculus that appears on your person when you use the ultimate, the debuff is removed. This testiculus operation, if you have good performance, takes you like less than quarter of a second. But because the server's update rate is very strange, you can complete the removal and Canada moment, still get hit by it. Canada moments are very, very common with Tessa because actually hitting people with the ultimate is very weird. Plenty of times a character will be in front of me and I know that they will not iframe it and it will not hit them. Other times it seems like the radius is actually quite high, but it isn't. I think this is because her projectile is moving collision and it is extremely desynced. What is nice about her ultimate, that can be very useful, is it goes through terrain. You can hit people behind any object with it so long as it reaches out to them. But the graphic can go up to them, and at max distance, the collision will not follow it. So landing people with the ultimate is kind of difficult. The ultimate itself does basically 0 damage, an 18 damage impact. Keep in mind that does scale with your stats, and when it lands, it's another 18 damage. Whoop-de-doo. That's it. And that's her basically entire character right there. Her F1 ability is a basic knockback that, when used, gives you a Foxfire debuff. When an enemy attacks you with the Foxfire debuff, you will be staggered, or knocked down, or whatever occurs. and an effect will spawn around you that causes a very short stagger effect around you. This stagger effect is shorter than any stagger in the game. In other words, if somebody hits you, staggers you, and gets staggered, they will immediately be able to follow up and combo you before this wears off. So you stun them for less than they stun you under all circumstances. This is not a ping thing. This happens regardless of ping or FPS. Immortal confirmed that to me during some of our customs, and I watched it happen on CN servers as well, where a Tessa will have this Foxfire debuff active, somebody will hit her, they'll both get staggered, and then the other player will immediately get priority and start a combo. Happens every single time. If it does not happen, it's because the attacker has very, very, very shit performance, and they would have to have extremely shit performance, or they used an attack that was too slow or something, I don't know, but whatever. F2 cannot be used while being attacked, and I think it actually has a shorter cooldown. It is kind of like the Feria ult V2 and the which other one? Oh yes, the Takeda's V2. So it's a little easy to miss because it is similar to those abilities in that it spawns a thing at a location. It creates a little kind of a trap that if you go into it, you get slapped. It is a longer stun than F1, and it can be used at quite the range. This is nice for peeling, and can have some usefulness even in solos, but you are going to see maybe 1 in 50 Tessas actually use it. I accidentally swapped to F2 because of a video recording I was doing that was just like this one, and ended up scrapping because, well, I didn't think it'd be that interesting. Turns out I came back to it anyways. And then I went into a game, and I encountered a number of players in ranked, and I had F2. I actually made it to the final fight, where I got trolled by Merciless Havoc, because I don't know how to deal with it. And F1 would not have saved me very much in that circumstance. I was able to kill people and initiate fights with this ability, so that gave me a little bit of a new respect for it, when I very rarely see it used and have basically never used it myself. Lab has been playing a little bit of Tessa, and I saw him using F2, so it was kind of like watching him because I sort of understand his playstyle. But I haven't really seen too many instances of him use it where F1 wouldn't have been better for him because he has no escape. There is no escape at all. So its usefulness kind of really depends on a few things. For example, do you have a teammate that's going to draw a lot of hate, like a Kurumi or a Viper? This hypothetically can be useful, but those teammates have to protect you very well because Tessa is very easy to kill without it, or without F1. V1, outside the fact that most enemies are going to iframe it, has certain usefulness to it. When you hit enemies with it, it does give you a very, very tiny amount of health and armor, depending on what you have up. It's very, very small, but it can be very useful, especially in a trios game, when you hit a number of individuals with it. I shouldn't need to show you too much Tessa gameplay because it's in like all of my videos. It is best to use V1 if you have an enemy in a combo and you know that they're not going to have any frames at all. There are a deceptively large number of things in this game that will render enemies immune to being hit by abilities like Tessa's V1. For example, when a transformer is transforming, you can't hit them. That should be the most vulnerable part of their character. They're actually completely invulnerable and immune to all effects. So when Tianhai transforms or Yueshan, your first instinct might be to try to ult them. Guess what? It doesn't do anything. A lot of the time when enemies are on the ground, it also will not do anything. It's a big issue. Oh, Canada moment. Canada moment. 1000 ping. Yep. You know, a lot of enemies will just allow this to hit them and then just skill out of it. One of the changes they did somewhat recently to Tessa was to change her ult rage cost distribution, where the initial cost is 45%, and it only costs the extra percentage if it actually hits someone. This is because everyone and their mom can iframe their skill except for me, because, well, like I said, every person, I've asked people how are they always iframing my ult. The animation is very slow when you have a high frame rate and good ping, and they are just, everyone can iframe this. And the interaction speed for the little testiculus that it spawns is so fast. People have been able to do it between me hitting them with attacks and them hitting me with attacks. Not like big attacks like knockdowns, just like basic attacks. To the point that I figured they're just using micro. So it's not, don't really think of it as a crowd control ability unless you have very strong neutrals that you can use it kind of as a combo extension. Now, I like it because of the gold focus. When you're casting it, you enter kind of a special focus state that a lot of things cannot knock you out of. And that can be very, very useful because if you time it right, I don't think even Kanye can grab you out of that, which gives you a few precious seconds to try to survive. So just the defensive option of casting the ult itself, even if you don't hit anything, is nice. If you do hit them, you can kind of take a little bit of pressure off of yourself or off of your ally. But honestly, in a lot of the times that I use this, me or the ally will be dead before it even procs. The other thing about this is that, just like regular stuns, is that when an enemy is charmed, it can fuck up your combos a little bit. Because when certain abilities end, I'm actually not sure if that really happens with her. Let me try. Yeah, so you see how he got knocked out of the air and he entered a standing state? When it ends, or when it starts, it can cause some headaches. So it goes up, and I can no longer knock him up while it is active. This can be a problem. When they are charmed, it's just like they're being stunned. There's something immune to stagger effects and certain knockdowns and stuff like that. And that is a problem, because it is a little annoying to deal with. And it actually can make her ult pretty worthless in a team fight situation, because it can actually screw up the combos of allies, and it can enable enemies to actually escape from things they may not have been able to escape, though, if they were just being attacked. This buff, or this ult, also gives you the Foxfire buff, which, again, that buff is not really that great, but it can be useful in this circumstance just because it knocks them away from the testiculus. It can give you a precious bit of time to try to activate it. So, while she can be irritating to fight, she's nowhere near as strong as a lot of the other characters that have strong crowd control, like Lanny, or Shayol, or Akos, or even Takeda, Justina, stuff like that. She doesn't really get anything out of her enchant. And really, the big thing is just that it can be used more often. If she's running rage glyphs, if she's running, if she's getting like soul blooms or stuff like that, or fireflies, she can ult several times during a fight. That's generally where people get annoyed by her. Not that her ultimate is strong, but the fact that she gets a few different chances to use it, especially in long fights. It turns out that the people that complain about her never seem to have any problems about her. Nerf Tessa X, that dude is such a fucking crybaby, and he has never any problems with her at all. The dude plays some of the most busted heroes in the game, and he still clings to this Nerf Tessa complaint, because that's just his entire character. He's so obsessed about it. And she's just not really that good. She's just even worse when, if you encounter the rare like, okay, so if you see a Tessa that uses this skill that looks like this, just ignore it. Why? Well, look at my damage. Yeah, I didn't even get damage registration from it. What the fuck? Check the float up. 200 damage. By the way, that's with full attack. I'm not sure that one even scales with attack damage. Because it's not right. That's one of the only abilities in the game that doesn't scale with attack damage. Isn't that a bug? Like, it's not even showing it on the damage stats when it should be. So it's not originating from my character, so it's not getting the damage value. Wow, maybe that's why this ability is so bad. You will notice that this ability, for one, it does only 200 damage, so that's less than half the damage of Akos' grab, by the way. It does not charm them either. It does nothing. It just staggers them very briefly like a single weapon attack. By the way, a wide attack from a gold weapon on these stats deals 308 damage. You still spawn the testiculus. They can still interact with it to remove it, but most of the time they're not going to bother because it doesn't do any damage. The only benefit of this ult is the fact it does health damage, but unless you're using armor pierce, it just doesn't matter. It's so niche, it doesn't matter. It does give you slightly more health and armor restore than V1, but otherwise it doesn't do anything. Like, it just doesn't do anything. And yet you see a very large amount of people use this because, well, I'm trying to figure that part out. I don't know why they use it. It doesn't do damage. The health restore from it is not that much. It doesn't charm. I've tried to use it myself. I'll be honest with you, this is the weakest ult in the game. And I feel like anybody who's using it just has never used V1 before. They just don't understand that V1 also gives health restore just about as much. Yeah, it does less damage, but I mean, 200 damage is not worth, like, even if this just pops and all you do is get one blue off. Dude, with the parasol, that's 1,000 damage. Provided that it doesn't line up in such a way that they manage to get out of it because it turns into a soft combo, but even if you only get like 2 hits out of this, 400 damage? Who the hell is phoning at 10:30? So you're pretty much never really going to see Tessa in solos. But if you intend to play her in solos, the way you have to use the ult is you generally have to use it when you already have an enemy in a combo or something like that. You can use it try to like tail end a combo. Just be careful not to do it when they're on the ground because it tends not to hit them. You generally want to use it not to initiate pressure, but to extend pressure, right? Don't use your F like I accidentally did. Like that. So if you already are winning the neutrals, you can try to use your skill to extend the neutrals. Just don't be surprised if Akos uses his roar or somebody knocks you away, they interact with it, and then you get stuck into a combo all in the same animation, and you can't do anything about it because the interaction is so fast. Yeah, she needs some love. So that brings us to Hadi. Hadi is an extremely powerful hero who doesn't see quite as much use as he used to because he did get some nerfs, but he's still very, very strong. He is a little bit overshadowed by the potential of the other Transformers and other high damage heroes that have come out. Again, Lani, Ainur, so on. But he still sees use both in solos and in trios. So I have actually never used him before. I only recently unlocked him. I've never even tried him. But I will talk about him. So Hadi has 2 separate ultimates, which are basically the exact same thing. But there are some adjustments to them. For example, in this ultimate, he gains a charged attack that can deal fire damage. This is very often what Hadi is going to be defined for in late game. He's going to basically turtle towards the end circles, knock people into the zone with fire damage, And yeah, there's a lot of NPPL with him in it, doing stuff like that. But less storied, but still very powerful, is his V1 that allows him to place a cube that sort of serves the same purpose as Wuchen. You can think of him as like Wuchen with the teleport, only that allies opt into it, and at the same time he gets to attack and fly around. So the only real difference between these is the V2 apparently cannot use, or the V1 cannot use the burn, but the V2 cannot use the cube. If he takes enough damage, it will knock him out of it. But he can just jump back into the air again. His skills are a little different. There was a very long time where when you heard this ability, you knew there was a bot nearby, because the bot Hadi would just use his grappling hook wherever. The grappling hook is primarily used as a restand. That is its main function. Is you'll grab people, do some shit, and the bot is not running away. There we go. You'll do some shit, but as you can see, the windup is so slow that it really depends on certain things. That is a true combo, by the way. It really depends on, let's see. You can do it from you can do it from a knockdown. So a knockdown into a grapple. Very, very niche. I've only seen like 2 players ever do that in the history of playing the game. But that's generally where that's going to be used. It's not very common. They're almost all going to use this instead, which gives them a gold focus into blue focus escape. No, you cannot parry it. So why is it blue focus? You tell me. This is a deceptively powerful escape ability, not the least of which because it's still only a 27-second cooldown for how much mobility it offers you. And you can use it to navigate around the map. Hadi can be very, very difficult to catch, not the least of which because his ultimate permits him to fly. Now, the flight ceiling is not super high, and if you go up to it, you may get knocked down. But this depends on the map and the area. Nonetheless, it is still flight. The mobility it offers you is the same, but it's currently most known for its attack, which he can just constantly fly in and out. It's very, very, very hard to iframe this. You're better off trying to parry it. You can parry Hadi's ultimate, and it will still do some damage, I think, but not as much. When he is in the air in V1, he can place a JO cube. If you use the JO cube, you will be teleported towards it, and Hadi himself will gain something similar to his skill. Of course, when he's on the ground, his ultimate is still up. He can just hop back into the air again. Very often, what Hadi will do is he will ult, and he will begin charging and coming in, flying away, and then coming in, and hitting you again, and flying away, and coming in again. A smart Hadi may circle you a little bit, wait for you to parry or dodge, and then come in and try to catch. This does a lot of damage, especially in V2, where it applies the burn effect. Functionally, they're identical otherwise, other than the cube. Allies can use the cube and teleport, so he's very good at helping allies escape. Hadi is still quite common in trios, not as common in duos, and you do sometimes see him in solos, but as far as damage and transformers are concerned, again, Kanye and Lee are so powerful that they do still outshine him. Hadi synergizes incredibly well with certain heroes. I was watching Nerf Tessa X play a lot of duos as Hadi. Hadi was his main at the time. Yes, he complained about Tessa while meaning a transformer of all things. Go figure. He got a Valda duo that was at least semi-competent at the game, and all of their fights were so disgusting. Because Valda just basically becomes unkillable when she ults. She would either combo people and knock them up in her ultimate skills, and then Hadi would just swoop in, basically with absolute impunity, getting free hits constantly. there were several fights that they were even like 2v4 and dealing with multiple teams that they very, very, very comfortably dealt with. Of course, being a strong player helps, but Hadi's ultimate definitely cannot be underestimated, which is why he was, in spite of the fact they've been buffing heroes like him constantly, he was nerfed several times, and he still remains very, very powerful because it is so hard to nerf utility creep, and he is definitely a utility creep hero. He was also the only like flying hero for a while until they added Syra to a small extent and Lanny to a very large extent, and then eventually these two. Kanye flies by extent of the fact that he can power slide through the air like a fucking ninja. I don't know if I can do that. I've never tried to, but yeah, Kanye's mobility is extremely high as well. So now we'll go to Shayol. Shayol is a extremely popular hero. You're gonna find her in all game modes. She is everywhere. She was super strong when she when I first started playing the game. She was super, super strong, and they have just consistently been buffing her ever since. The biggest weakness she had when I first started is her ultimate forced her to use its charges after she got hit. So when you are playing against her, you will see that when her ult is up, you gain a shield buff. Before, you had to use the active ability of the shield while that buff was active. Now, you can hold it. Before, you could only aim the shield directly in a linear path. Now, you can aim it in any direction, which was probably a more necessary change. This shield looks very desynced on the asset, and it is extremely desynced on the server. The area of effect of the shield somehow manages to be even larger than Akos's grab. You can hit people with this shield from distances that make no sense at all. You can hit people with the shield when they are behind you. I have had this shield hit me from half a mile away. If you are next to her, when she's shielding somebody else, it's so hard to arrange hitting the other bot. Because the effect radius is so huge. But if you don't even have to be you don't even have to be grabbed by the shield to be affected by it when it triggers, because it does AoE damage when it triggers. She also shields teammates, although that one only gives one charge and doesn't give them a counterattack. I'm also told it can be very annoying because getting out of the animation for it is not really possible. Like it can lock you in a wind down animation for a long time as an ally. So none of those particular changes, the counterattack and stuff like that, existed back when I started, and she was already a very dominant, very powerful hero. So they buffed her because why wouldn't you? Her F1 skill is a very, very basic combo break, can be used while she's under attack, 25-second cooldown. When you use it, this is another power creep, she gets a special dodge that uses no stamina because she wasn't strong enough, so let's buff her again. This ultimate is so ridiculously powerful. I thought they gave her an extra charge. It's possible they removed it. Or maybe I misremembered. I'm not sure. I thought she had 4 charges. Well, there are some interesting things you can do with the shield as a result of their changes. When I use the ultimate, if I do not actually use any of the charges and cancel it, I refund 45%, which is not insignificant, because a couple hits, I'm back up to 68%. This is significant, particularly in trios, because of the fact that the allies gain the buff. She can repeatedly access this during fights, so long as she's not burning all of her own charges. And that means she can continually reactivate it and give her allies a shield. Even though it's only one charge, and it doesn't give them the counterattack, that immunity to damage, because it is basically complete damage immunity except for against ranged weapons, and it will last so long as you're being attacked. It will just keep being refreshed, which means you are forced to move away. She gains such an incredible amount of pressure off of this ability. Remember how I said before that you're going to have to learn how to use ranged weapons? That's because that is the only way to fight her when she has her ultimate up. Anything that staggers her, including headshots from the bow, will trigger that shield. Justina's ice shields finishing will trigger her block. The parasol from Kurumi activating will trigger the block. Just anything that causes any kind of stagger will trigger it, regardless of what it is. Which then gives her that incredibly high damage attack. Remember, a stagger is necessary to actually proc the shield, which means that if she is performing certain actions, you can get hits on her that you might not normally. Just how high damage is it exactly? Give me a little tap here, my friend. For one unit, it is 558 damage with attack jades, and a lot of shells are definitely going to grab the attack jades because that is a disgusting amount of damage across an ability that has the collision radius of a nuclear bomb. Her ultimate is beyond broken. It is one of the only ways you're going to really be able to deal with something like Akos and I guess maybe Kanye. I actually have no idea. His grab might go through her shield. But let's just say there's a reason why she is so popular everywhere. It is because this ult is just completely dictates a fight. It takes all the pressure off of you. It can help you navigate team fights. It gives your allies a chance to survive certain things. There is some debate about when is a good idea to ult. Should you ult early into a fight? Should you ult late into a fight? I watched a lot of Zarayan, who is a Shayol main, play a lot of duos with Kuhara, which is another high-level player. And Kuhara played a few different characters, sometimes Tessa, sometimes Sarah. By the way, Zarayan also likes to complain about Tessa, even though he destroyed every single one he went up against. It was very strange. I feel like it's a meme or something like that, but having played her, I don't really understand it myself. I did play a little bit of Shayol myself. I'm not very good at her. I'm not very good at positioning, because the positioning with her is a little bit important. Because in a team game, when she pops her ult, generally you don't want to proc her shield, because then you're going to give her those counterattack charges that are so powerful. So long as you avoid proccing the shield, you avoid having to deal with the counterattack. Which means you're going to want to focus on her ally. So what she wants to do is she wants to interpose herself between you and the target. Or, for example, what Omlay suggested when we played, and he is also a Shayol main, is he would stick himself on top of my ball. The problem is, Omlay was always somewhere I wasn't, and it was so hard to team fight with him, and I'm not really sure why. The dude was a little unfocused sometimes, but he actually used V2. So V2 is a very similar kind of ultimate to her V1. The shield works exactly the same way, but it gives you a teleport attack. That teleport attack, as far as I know, turns into a combo. The problem with the teleport attack is it is very, very easily iframed. You can very, very easily get out of it because it has a fairly large windup. However, so few people use V2 that you often can catch them off guard with it. I notice some shells in team games use V2, but I think it is largely suboptimal. I'm not sure why Omlay uses it, it may be more of a stylistic choice. I haven't really asked him about it. I know that apparently, like, someone was telling me that some girl he played against cussed the shit out of him nonstop because he was using V2 in duos. And I really wish I was there for that because, I don't know, something about girls freaking out on people is very entertaining to me because they're always so well-mannered. But, I mean, Omelette has actually gotten pretty decent results with V2 in certain fights, despite the fact he's actually pretty high ping. So, I'm not going to say it's, like, completely worthless, but V1 is definitely more commanding of an ult. Absolutely. It is very, very strong at peeling your allies. You have to respect the damage from it. And the area of effect is so fuck huge on it that you can snipe people who are like 30 meters up in the air, even though it's nowhere near them. This, I think, can actually stun some Transformers, too. I think it can stagger them. It won't, like, give you the full effect, but I think it causes a stagger animation. I would need to test it. But I think I've seen it stagger Einor. I'm not sure. Her F2 is a little bit more complicated, which is why I've saved that one for last. So this is the shield rush you're going to see her use a lot. Now, normally, when you try to use this, it knocks them away, and it does a fairly hefty amount of damage. But it is actually capable of starting a combo if you attack to interrupt it. So, it is a very, very strong ability, but what really makes it irritating is the fact it has a very low cooldown of only 19 seconds, and the area of effect of it is super high. It also lasts a really, 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 really long time. In my experience, it is pointless to try to jump away from it. It will just hit you out of the air every single time. It could be a ping thing, but I have never been able to jump out of it. The only way I can ever really try to get out of it is hope I'm near terrain. The big issue with Shayol and F2 is she can use it when she's very close. And if you're watching her animations, she turns blue, which makes you think that she's actually focusing a weapon attack, which means your first instinct might be to dodge away, upon which case you're going to get hit. Or, worse yet, to try to parry, upon which case you're going to be hit. The animation is only a handful of frames for that blue charge before the damage collision becomes active, during which it is actually possible to interrupt Shayol. She can't use that to shield herself immediately out of an attack like you can Tessa's ultimate and several others. So if she tries to use her attack right before she's about to get hit by a blue focus, it will actually interrupt her F2, and I think it'll even go on cooldown as a result of that. But in a lot of cases, she will just use it and you'll just get fucked, which means she can use it to start a combo that is extremely fast and will break your blue focus. So, yeah. They should not have that be blue focus, because when everyone is warping around due to their frame advantage and the ping and shit like that, and you see this person go blue, you think, blue focus, weapon attack. And you try to prepare yourself accordingly. No, it's Shayol's shield. It defeats the entire purpose of having blue focus be the read for the weapon attacks. That's the main problem I have with this character, other than the fact that she's bonkers fucking broken. She is incredibly bonkers fucking broken. And the other thing is that before, when I played her, I think it was actually possible to knock people out of her grab from the ult, and they changed that. So yeah, she had a few quality of life issues she probably needed, but they threw her well over the edge, and now she is just incredibly powerful. But if you are very good at the game, and you're very, very good at weapon swapping into ranged weapons, you have good mobility, you can still fight her. The main way you would like to fight her if she uses her ultimate is if she's foolish enough to throw out blue attacks. Now, it's true you can't get a counter attack off of her and hit her with it, because that will trigger her ult and she'll be immune to it even if she's knocked down onto the ground. It doesn't matter. But what you do when she has her ult up, and if you do get a counter attack off of her, you counter attack her, you disarm her, you knock her on the ground, and then you start shooting her. You won't kill her right away, unless maybe if you have armor pierce. But you will get a lot of damage onto her. If you have 2 people doing this, you can actually kill her pretty quickly. Because remember, the counterattack knockdown animation does last for a long time. So that's a lot of attacks you can get. A lot of attacks you can do while you're attacking. She has her shield up. Particularly if it's duos or trios, party members, especially in the 3 position, or at least anyone at a distance that's not being instantly attacked by her, can just attack. I think that she is susceptible to being hit by ranged weapons while she is in the block animation while the tortoise shell is up. Does not protect against controlling skills. So Kanye might be able to grab her out of her ultimate. I'm not sure. Look how huge the text is on this. Show brief description. There really isn't a brief description, dude. It's he's busted. It's fine. I'm gonna go to Liam. Liam, when I first started the game, every single game was Liam, Kylan, and Tarka. I watched a lot of Mike, watched a lot of Panda Man. You did not see characters other than those 3. You might rarely see a Justina, sometimes every now and then. But her conditions to succeed were a little bit higher than this dude. He's since been nerfed a reasonable amount, but they did buff him somewhat recently. And he has some new functionality I've actually never tried to do on him before. So first, let's talk about his skill. So his F1 is your basic knockback. What makes him really powerful is the fact you can fling your camera around and use this to get behind someone and actually gain some initiative on them. So that's quite a strong ability. His F2 is actually used, again, kind of like Hadi's grapple. It's used as a restand. He sucks people in. Something they added to it was if you use it again, you get a gold focus weapon attack. But this robs you of the chance to get a combo on. There's no reason not to go for the combo over that. Not unless you really just want that attack. I mean, it does do like 500 damage with my current J's and weapons, so that's not a small amount of damage, but I mean, you wouldn't get Aurora Burst, but you get the idea, right? Like, I think a combo in every case except for really bad terrain is generally going to be better, because you can use this to restand. You can like grapple people and juggle them and suck them back in and get this again. I think certain skills might be able to get you out of that, like Viper's F1, but I've never used it, and it's been only used against me a couple times, so I've never really been able to interact with that. It only has a 20-second cooldown, but this one cannot be used while you're being attacked. The other functionality of his skill 1 is, of course, normally when you're counterattacked, it drops your weapon, right? Well, you'll see a little animation when he gets counterattacked that it's a different animation. His weapon will be floating in the air. And if he uses a skill during that period, he will maintain his weapon. It will not be disarmed. His V1 is an active ability that, when you use it, gives him a buff. When you use this buff at any point, including while being stunned, staggered, whatever, it will create a field of piss on the ground. If an enemy is in there, they will be silenced and bound for a short duration. While that ability is active, he can activate his F again and suck himself into it, dealing some damage and giving himself some health. A actually fairly significant amount of health. While his ability is active, he can cancel it and gain back a lot of his rage. The amount of rage he gains is based on how many charges he uses. This ability is very powerful for a number of reasons. First of all, the distance at which these go is quite significant, allowing him lots of mobility, chances to catch targets or peel allies from a substantial distance. It also can help him extend combos to a small extent, but it's obviously not a real combo starter. It's more like, I can use this for control. If an enemy iframes this field, they can move in and around it without getting bound. So you gotta watch out for that. I've had that happen, and it's not been too obvious to me how it has happened, but it's not the fastest ability, and it's generally pretty telegraphed when he's going to use it. So a good Liam will kind of hold on to this for extra pressure and try not to just ult and then instantly throw it, because it's really going to telegraph what he's going to do when he can hold on to it. Well, he cannot use the ultimate itself. Oh, he can actually use it while he's being controlled. Interesting. Okay, well, that is powerful. So, he can use those little swords, penises, whatever you want to call them, whenever he wants while it's active, so long as he has charges, of course. And he can't teleport to them right away, but he can knock people out of counterattacks. If he gets parried, he can just drop that if his ult is up, and that will help him. The real cancer for Liam is the Pokeball. Now, I don't know how to do this, so definitely don't take my word for it. But you can put enemies into a Pokeball. Don't tell Nintendo. And Immortal has done this to me a million fucking times. But I've never even tried to do it because I find this gameplay extremely stupid. But if you go onto Douyin, you're gonna find videos that are maybe tool assisted. There's probably some hacks involved with them. I've been told it is very likely hacks. But there are people who can do this when they use the bow or whatever, and they just like fling him into the air and get a string of headshots and just instantly kill. What Immortal did is he used the flying knives, and it's a TOD when he hits you with this. He throws you up, and I was kind of doing it a little bit where you can just keep juggling them in the air. And you can have them in the air for so long that if it doesn't kill them, you can just throw it again. Again, I've never even tried to do this, so I'm not gonna try to do a combo I've never tried to do. What's even more annoying about this ability, which I can't show you in this map because we don't have any, is you can just throw people into objects like signposts and the fire lanterns that will stun them for an additional 5 seconds. And it is instant death, basically, if that happens, because you can't skill out of it or anything. So, if you're fighting a Liam and you suspect he's using Pokeball, which most Liams are at this point, and have been for a while, be very wary about the terrain that you're in. For example, Imperium, Celestra, the hole in that Moru's Isle map that has all the lanterns. If there are objects nearby like fire lanterns and signposts, the Liam always has touch of death potential on you. Always. All he has to do is hit you with a Pokeball. The main way you avoid it is, of course, by iframing it. The area of effect is fucking enormous. Do not try to run away from it, just like Wuchen's ult or Shayol's shield or anything like that. You can be hit from this by a mile away. You'll notice that a lot of these show a little immune here, like Tessa's and Charm and stuff like that, that make you immune to being spammed by it relentlessly. There are some conditions to Liam's ultimate that are very important. For example, if they hit a wall, it's supposed to do damage. But there are certain things that they will hit where it just won't do damage, that it won't consider they hit something. You see, it doesn't do damage if I just fling him into the air. The basic combo that you're going to see with this, without using TODs like flying knives and other stuff like that, is to hold and get a blue as they come out of it. Which, while not very flashy, still does damage. And if they are immune, it still gives you a little bit of a stagger. So, not worthless, but not really what you want. While Liam is definitely not as popular as he used to be, he is still a pretty strong hero. When Lee came out, I discovered that Lee's ultimate basically makes him completely immune to Liam. And Liam can't grab him out of it most of the time, either due to incidental iframes, his gold focus, collision, I'm not really sure why, but Liam could not grab me at all. with his shit up. It was really busted. I don't know if that's still the case, but yeah. Now we have Kylan. Kylan was the hero that came out when I started the game. Kylan is also very broken. And you don't see him as much today. He's gotten a lot of changes and nerfs and buffs and... Well, he's a problem hero for 24 Entertainment because he is just incredibly broken. And it's once again an incident where the utility creep makes him really hard to balance. So he's defined primarily by his ultimate. You think Kylan, you think this shit, dashing all over the place, whatever. Now, believe it or not, this actually used to be even faster. They have nerfed the animation speed several times, and it is still too fast to iframe on my pinger FPS. You will never iframe this. You can actually, I think you can parry this too. You're supposed to be able to parry this. And, yeah, most people just try to iframe it or avoid him. You do sometimes see Kylan, particularly in duos and trios, where he is allowed to just kind of ape. When he holds his focus in V1, he gains a special attack here. People with good FPS and ping can iframe every single one of those. Otherwise, it does deal some damage, not a huge amount, but definitely an amount. And once you start getting hit by this, you basically can't get out of it. While his ult is up, he's basically completely immune to crowd control so long as he is charging because he's in perpetual gold focus. More importantly, however, is that he has a cheat death. When he gets very low on health, he gains a period of time where he is just immune to damage. So oftentimes, Kylan will reserve his ultimate for when he is low on health, then he'll gain that cheat death when you hit him. It won't activate instantly if he's low on health when he uses it. You have to hit him. You at least have to hit him twice, which can be difficult if he's constantly flinging you around with gold focus and dashing all over the place. I mean, it's good even just for escaping if you want to, right? The only really major difference between his two ultimates is his V2, I believe it does more damage. It does not have access to that combo attack. You don't see it. It is always a dash. And when he passes his two charges, he will start costing health to use it. But his little clone that pops out will give him health if it hits. I think it's supposed to? Question mark. Maybe not. I thought I was supposed to restore. So the big difference about this one is if he gets really low, it just ends. So you don't see people using this ult too much because of that. That little interaction is awkward. And he does not gain access to that multi-slash attack in his V1. But I do believe that the base damage of this one is higher, and I feel like this one would be better in team games where you can get healing from allies, or you can use this while people are being controlled. It's not uncommon to see Kylan paired with Zipping, because Zipping doesn't really have to follow him around to heal him. That allows Kylan to just dash around, and she is constantly supporting him by passively healing him just by existing. So Kylan Zipping has been a meta combo for quite a while. Although, due to Kylan's adjustments, but more or less due to the fact that Akos got buffed so much, Shayol became incredibly powerful, and these four heroes here in particular came out that outscale Kylan in certain ways. He's not nearly as common. Now, to show you his F skills, I'm going to need to have the bot attack me again. So, his F skills have two stages to them that are not very obvious. The first F skill can be used while you're being attacked. The second stage is if he is attacked during that short window by something else, he gains a special counterattack. It doesn't really deal damage, but it throws them away. So it's a little bit of extra protection in case voids start harassing you. It has a 27-second cooldown though, which is quite long. His F2 is a deceptively weird ability that tends to miss enemies. I've tried to use this in customs against Mucky, and a lot of the times it would whiff him, especially if he was too close. However, this ability, if you allow it to finish and don't cancel it. Okay, hold on. There's 2 stages to this. Yeah, so that turns into a combo. If you hold it, it'll just knock them away. So you just want to tap it. Oh, I see. It's because he's in blue focus. So if he's in blue focus, it knocks them away. If he's not in blue focus, you get a grab. You do some aura farming. If he is not in blue focus, you get a combo. Like you might have seen on the ability, if the ultimate is up, let me just reset, and we get in, it's a special attack. It's not a huge amount of damage, but it's something that does not cost him any charges from his base attack. So that's honestly a little bit of a gimmick. I have seen a couple of low-level players use that, and it wasn't really that threatening to me. There might be some tech with it I'm not aware of, but most often they're going to want this because, especially if he survives his ult, chances are he's going to be low on health, which means he's going to want some extra protection to keep himself safe so he can heal or continue to fight if necessary, right? So we don't see this one very often, but it does get used, and it was used more often before because it does permit you a combo start. It just does depend on them to not be in blue focus, and it does have a very long cooldown. So Thailand, very annoying with his ultimate, very difficult to deal with, a little terrain dependent, and sometimes it can feel like you're not doing enough damage if you don't have the gear to scale up, but especially in team modes, he is still common, and you will still see him sometimes in solos. Before, when he was new, you could just chain his ultimate together as basically unavoidable. It is still nearly as fast as it was, but the damage is lower. So, and then they added like that white focus, and yeah, I don't really know. When you are in ultimate, you do gain different attacks depending if you're in the air. And actually, maybe not. Yeah, so you can just like use this and just hold it forever. There we are. That's the tag I was thinking of. So he is a transformer that has not the kind of temporary health the other ones do, but the way due to his death ward works, his cheat death, Quailen Guard is what it's called, he has a little bit of survivability that can make a big difference in a fast fight. Now let's talk about Syra. When Syra first came out, she was the worst hero by not a huge degree, but she definitely was not good. Her ultimate is, she's a transformer, her ultimate had no mobility at all. It was slow as fuck. And then they buffed her and buffed her and buffed her and buffed her, and she had insane mobility. She could fly around everywhere. She did tons of damage, and she could CC a lot, and she became dominant in every game mode. Then they nerfed the fuck out of her, and she's back to being not very good at all. There's definitely better transformers out there, but I still have found some success with her. So Syra's main gimmick is balls. She creates balls. Her F1 is an escape that, again, based on the camera, you can use it to redirect yourself in certain directions. It does suffer from the same problem that Temulch's ability does, where if you decide to go up, or if you get cucked by terrain, you will get caught very easily coming out of it, and the animation is very slow. Enemies can iframe the ball explosion and not get hit by it. However, in certain circumstances, you might be able to actually chain enemies who are too aggressive into getting staggered by it. If they remain in it for too long, it will momentarily stun them. Her F2, I have only seen a single person use in like a year, and it didn't really do anything. This one creates a ball, which you can place on the ground and can attach to an enemy or pick up, and it can explode and dazzle them as well. I think the one person that used that, I incidentally iframed it. The healing that these do is, I don't even know why it exists on the ability, because it's basically nothing. It is nothing. It doesn't heal for anything. Don't worry about it. Her ultimate used to give you 2 separate attacks. The first is a beam attack that charges up to maximum strength and force releases. That force release does burst damage, 464 burst damage. It's not that impressive compared to Accos, but you can do it at a range. It also pierces targets. This can be parried, and that is the reason why they made it force release, is so that enemies can more easily parry it, because before you could just permanently charge it, you can play the hold game, and enemies wouldn't be able to iframe it. So they made you able to parry it, and they made it so that it force releases. Her ultimate duration has also been nerfed over and over and over and over and over again, which was necessary because she could live in her ult forever. Her right-click attack that shot balls and momentarily staggered enemies was capable of stun-locking everyone when she first came out, which is what made her the most dangerous. So when she would ult, you would just walk away. All her buffs included mobility to her dash and shit like that, which they have since nerfed very, very significantly. I feel like what they should do to her is remove the temporary health completely. Nobody should be able to get free health out of their ultimate. And then make the mobility fast again. Give her extra mobility and make her a damage character that has some ranged abilities. And then remove all the crowd control stuff related to her. Just make her able to fly around and laser you for an amount of time, a short amount of time. And just let her able, like, you know, even like 6-8 seconds would be a fine alteration for her. Just let her do a little bit of extra damage. If you want to keep the transforming. Honestly, I wouldn't even keep the transforming. I would do something else with it. But now she's in this awkward middle ground where she does gain temporary health, but certain things get her really trapped, and she does not gain access to her base F anymore. Her F skill is replaced by the balls that she once could spam. And I have found it is very, very hard to stun enemies with her skill. It is so hard to use this. Like, they are never getting hit by this. It's so hard to dazzle them. In the middle of a team fight, I'll fling it at people and it just won't fucking do anything. It will not dazzle them. They're iframing it just by moving around. It's just, I don't know. It could be luck of the draw, but I've played dozens of games with her on this version of the ult, and I've never been able to get consistent staggers out of those balls. Because her ult duration is so short now, due to the cooldown on the balls, when you fail to get a stagger off of it, it feels really, really bad. Enemies can now go back to just running away from her because her mobility is not really that high. But there is definitely a learning curve to her ultimate. I watched a lot of Hypernova play her, and of course she was very popular in the NBPL, and they were able to move around with her ult in ways that I never really understood. But the big thing about her is that she can fly just like Hadi can, but it's more like a glide. Between combinations of dashes and jumps, she can navigate the map, but you're going to want to put some time into practicing that, because it's very easy to run out of stamina, and since you have such a short ult duration, any amount of time you're not spent lasering people is a waste. I prefer to use V1 over V2, even in team games, but V2 is probably the more correct ultimate and the one you're going to be seeing her used in competitive. When she uses it, she does not gain temporary health, instead she gains an aura, and when the ultimate deactivates, she will gain a stun. That works somewhat similarly to Tessa's charm, is that you saw the little bit of extra health on the health bar. And during that, they are stunned. If she cancels it early, sorry, you don't get that extra effect. During this, she can laser people just like in the other ultimate. However, she does not have access to the stun balls, and enemies can still get away from her. Often what you will see happen is she will wait for an enemy to engage an ally, or she will follow the initiation of an ally rather than trying to initiate herself. This is because for the duration that this ult is active, she is very vulnerable, and she doesn't have access to a shield, so if she uses it while she's low, it's not hard for an enemy to just kill her. With either ultimate, if you happen to just ult and go into a Temulch barrier, you will very possibly be permanently stunned. Temulch fucks her up bad. That is a very bad matchup for her. And I believe that she can be grabbed. This one says ultimate focused while it's active, and this one doesn't. Spopple her V2, a little bit harder to control, but it doesn't last as long. And you don't have the temporary health. So you're really using this to try to get that stun off. I have noticed a lot of lower level Cyrus and use this and they're not close. They gotta be inside the area of effect. I've tried to use this in trios and I either died or I didn't get the spacing down. One of the nerfs to her in recent times was to reduce the radius of this. It used to be a lot larger. So Sarah is like the one like true transformer that I play a little bit. I would like to learn her more. I would like to get better with her. But she does feel like she's greatly outclassed by a lot of the other transformers at this point in time. I would prefer to see them make her more of a damage dealer and less based on crowd control. I mean, I think the game's crowd control is over the top as it is. But she just feels like she's in kind of an awkward spot. Then we got Lanny. Lanny is still a very broken hero. When she came out, she dominated the game completely for a very long time. She basically could do everything that Kylan, Liam, Tarka, Zai, all these other characters could do without really much effort and with way more utility. And this character has so much utility I cannot show you in customs because I can't really like set up the shit. But her basic I don't even like understand the full extent of how she works, honestly. But basically you'll see her activate her ball, she'll fling her ball, it'll start a combo, it lets her do whatever she wants while you're in it. It's a full combo, she throws it out again. She can get TODs off this. You'll notice that the enemy got flung really far away. So one of the ways they've tried to nerf her is increase the knockback distances of some of her abilities, but you can still TOD with her. It's just a little bit harder. So she gets a lot of extra utility out of her ultimate that I don't understand because I played her when she came out and that was really about it. You can see that while this ultimate is active, I have access to dashes, teleports, dodges. Of course, it does some damage on its own, not very much. Unless I do this. Then we get some extra, very significant damage. By the way, it also heals her. The shit that she does heals her too. Because power creep. LOL. So her F1 is a basic escape that has extra utility in it, just like the others, where again you can point your camera and use it to knock people away, gaining a small amount of invisibility, which can let you do things like hide the start of a blue charge, but the invisibility is honestly not really that big of a deal on her. Her other one is the butt bump ability that some people will use, and maybe that isn't the bump ability. No, that's a stomp. I'm not sure. Which one's the bump? Ass bump. This one is a gold focus attack. One of her abilities lets you bump them with your ass. I cannot switch the hero right now. I'm not actually really sure. Alright, tap to unleash a wide AoE. Leave the carpet by tapping shift and turn invisible. There you are. There is the ass bump. I wanted to show you the ass bump. So she actually has two separate attacks she can come out of that with. The gold one is quite easy to iframe, honestly. The ass bump, maybe not as much. But you do see both abilities, but this one, of course, is the escape. It's more common, right? Dodging mid backflip does not cost stamina. Yeah, mobility creep is a big thing. Her V2, I cannot begin to tell you how this ability works. It's got so many pieces to it, and any patch that has gone to her has made changes to it to try to tone it down. A lot of the gold focus animations within this ultimate, you can use them, and if Tessa's charm activates on you, the charm will have no effect. Lanny is a hyper hard counter to Tessa. So many times have I been close to charming a Lanny during her ultimate, and she just does something to activate an animation, and during that animation she's immune. She's immune to charm. She's immune to effects. Meanwhile, she gets to knock you up for 5 years, teleport all over the place, bring out huge damage spikes, get crazy. As you can see, the ball automatically bounces off the environment and latches onto enemies. It has a magnetism effect. You can knock a lot of enemies in this. You can teleport back and forth. There's a lot of juking you can do with it. Gold focus all over. So much gold focus. Lanny is a classic example of the Riot Blizzard balancing scheme, which is power creep. And the main way we go into power creep in this game is by adding gold focus to fucking everything. Everything. Her V2 is pure, unfiltered cancer in their current game environment. It can be interesting to watch, and I'm sure that if you know how to play her, you might consider it fun, especially since nobody can really follow you around in it. But for every other character in the game that isn't like these guys in particular, I think even I know have problems with her, actually. She's just incredibly annoying to deal with. It's just extremely frustrating. She just gets all this extra utility that you don't have. And you'll notice that a lot of the heroes that I've been showing, they have durations that scale based on solos, duos, and trios. And a lot of them have been nerfed. Hers is not. This still lasts for 25 seconds, during which she has access to multiple ball usages and all this other shit. So for 25 seconds, she has absolutely enormous pressure at the very minimum and immense TOD potential. Not as much as she used to, where you could do like 5,000, 6,000 damage or something like that through the course of her ultimate. Since they have changed a lot of the knockback stuff, it still is an incredibly powerful character and very, very popular. Not as much as she used to be, especially because of Kanye and Lee, but still very strong. Her other ability, the carpet ability, is not as common. It is something you generally are only going to see in the trios and duos, but you do see it. During this ability, she throws out a ball that bounces around. Now, she wants to catch the ball here, during which she can throw it again. This ability is incredibly powerful because the ball is borderline unavoidable. It also appears to be very, very desynced. Your network connection is poor. Canada moment. Of course, during this period, she can fly around and is basically immune to almost every crowd control in the game. And Tianhai might be able to grab her, but yeah. I think you have to bat the ball, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, maybe. She has some interaction there where she has to interact with the ball. That ball is basically an ass-seeking missile and is very, very hard to avoid because it kind of tracks you. The collision is really crazy, and dodging it is really, really hard on my performance. So the ultimate is more of a nuisance because it used to be stronger, but it's still quite irritating. It is really a big tool for helping her to survive, first and foremost, because if she's being attacked, she can activate her ultimate and just fly around in it and heal during its process. And this is a big deal because, first of all, hitting her in the air is basically impossible. Even hitting her with ranged weapons is hard, and she can still use her carpet to navigate around just once, of course. And of course, the crowd control and the knockbacks and stuff like that are very irritating as well. And I mean, $600 damage off that initial hit? It's not insignificant. It's not a small amount of damage. But a lot of people consider it more of a troll ability. But I've lost against it enough times to know that it is actually quite dangerous. Just not as dangerous as, I don't know, an entire 1440p screen covered in text. That brings us to Iron Wang, the man himself, pure cancer incarnate. The boy who can jump, dash, jump. And Mucky showed me that there's a way to make him climb infinite heights, and I forget what it is. So for this character, all you really need to know about him is you alt and you jump vertical. Jump vertical. Now, if they're behind you, you can't hit them. If they're anywhere near you otherwise, well, you can hit them. They have nerfed this ability. They have, I think, reduced the radius a little bit from the feel of it, and reduced the damage a little bit. But otherwise, that's kind of all you really need to do when you're not teleporting onto them and locking them in a execution that deals absolutely massive damage. This character basically took the weaknesses of Yueshan and removed them by allowing him to navigate in areas that Yueshan never would be able to, allowing him to crowd control people in ways that Yueshan can't. If you have good performance, what you do to deal with him is you tap dodge everything he does and spam emotes. If you're on my performance, you get destroyed because his ultimate is rubber band hell. Valda can CC him with her spears, her water spears, in her V2. And I think Zenda and her ult arrows can stagger him as well. Maybe Shayol's shield. Possibly Akos's lunge. Otherwise, when he transforms, there is nothing you can do about it at all. He has too much temporary health to kill in 90% of circumstances. Once his first attacks start hitting you, they're effectively a true combo just because of the rubber banding on most performance points. Now, I'm not gonna lie, I don't actually really know how his ultimate works, because although I played him a little bit when he came out, I have not worked that much with this one. His ultimates are basically the same, but this one I think is not used as often. When you throw your spear with this one here, it creates a effect. I think you have to hit a few times, and then you get the executes where his big damage comes from. His ult, as you can tell, lasts an eternity. An absolute eternity. It lasts forever. Also restores his health. Because why not? I think the most mobility actually comes from his F or his V2. You can throw this in the air. You can locomote with it. You apply a lot of damage, even without the execute. But jump vertical is traditionally what I have seen literally everyone use, because most of the time what people are going to do is they're going to run from you. And the vertical attack, jump vertical, has an absolutely disgusting amount of range, radius, and collision. And I mean, even though it's been nerfed, I'm still hitting for almost 400 damage, which is a lot for a character that basically ignores 90% of the game's mechanics. Moves very, very fast. And can then execute you for an even crazier amount of damage if you have the misfortune of being hit by his spear. The main drawbacks of Iron Wang is the fact that none of his abilities offer him an escape. So if you're very lucky, you never have to see his stupid ultimates. You get to kill him before then. Problem is that requires you to be either incredibly lucky or very, very good at the game and have good performance. Since I am neither of those, Iron Wang is not a character I have a high win rate against. It doesn't matter if it's some shitty console player. The second he ultimates, all bets are off. You can't get away from him. He just rubber bands you everywhere. This ability is not used extensively for what you might think it is. This ability is used primarily for bullshit. Because this F2, I showed this in my quick matches in the games videos I posted with him before. This ability comes out deceptively fast. And the whole thing is gold focus. You can hold it and there's no effect for it. It's on him, but there is no effect for it at all. You have no idea how long the duration is on this unless you've memorized it. You'll see a momentary effect when he first triggers it. Iframing it is very, very, very difficult. His F2 is deceptively powerful. Deceptively powerful. And the damage on it is not really too bad either. The initial hit is 20, but the follow-up hit is 600! 600 with those Jades and weapons. So bare minimum 500 plus. That's going to be a lot of damage off of something that has a 17-second cooldown after activation. That is not a bad skill by any stretch of the imagination. And even if you miss, because of the massive effect on it, you can still sometimes catch people with it. Though the collision is a little strange. You prefer to hit people with it. Bolt Dash is not nearly as common, but I have seen the odd person use it. As a longer cooldown, basically it gives you a better dodge that you can use for an attack. Not as explosive of an attack as a V2 or F2. Wouldn't shock me if some people have got some really disgusting tech with it though. This dude is absolute cancer. Pure cancer. Not as cancer as this guy though. They're both basically blowjob brothers. This is a character that activates an ultimate that just throws 1,000 daggers, all the while saying in a state that basically you cannot interact with him. He has a skill that is a little awkward to use. You can parry this skill, his F2, when he comes in for it. Even at a good performance point, you do not see a lot of people trying to parry this skill. That says F1 actually, not F2. People do not try to parry this very often because A, it happens so fast that even high-level players do not have the reaction speed to deal with it. They're going to be going almost entirely off of prediction. I have been able to react parry Misu on this character, and I've been able to react parry that. But the bigger issue of it that you notice is sometimes I get stuck on their head. I get stuck on their head. That happens a lot with this ability, and that kills your combo. His F1 and his ultimate are so loaded with utility, I could probably talk about him for hours, not even being a good player about him, just on what I've experienced with him. This ability is just disgusting. His ultimate, I still do not entirely understand how it works to present day, because he is able to get extra charges of other skills during it, and I just don't understand. 22 seconds in solo mode. While active, perfect dodges trigger resolved. That's going to be his meter that he has. While active, tap C while jumping to consume stamina and perform a wind step dive attack. Oh, what does that mean? Yes, he gets to do a second dive attack while his ultimate is active. Which, as you guess, has combo potential depending on what's going on, although not as much as his F1. You can parry it if you have lightning fast reflexes and good performance. Good luck. Good luck. The daggers themselves are entirely uninteractable. uninteractable. They also cause you to take increased damage, which is significant. So dodging or anything like that allows him to basically, this guy, when he activates his ult, he's going to get this knife combo chain, and he can just go all over the place. The daggers are nigh impossible to dodge on the NA server unless you're running at Immortal's performance point. And he can use this multiple times during his ult if he's being attacked and dodging or whatever, because that is restoring the resource that allows him to do that to begin with. This ultimate has been nerfed a little bit since it came out, but the damage is still very high on it. And typically, once he activates it, you can no longer interact with him at all. You are just desperately trying to survive. And the only real way to do that is hope that you have some kind of terrain that you can use to cuck him. If it's out in the open, and if he's close enough to you, you're probably just going to get rubber banded into infinite knives, infinite dives, infinite combos, and I have not encountered too many players that play him that I would say are really good, but once they activate their ultimate, it's just like there's nothing you can really do. It's just fucked. That's V2. V1 is different. V1 apparently was very overpowered in trios. So during this period, he just sits there and charges his ultimate. This has the same meter that the other one does, so I guess if he's like doing dodges, I guess when he uses that ability, we saw it go up a little bit too, right? So just doing stuff restores it. But what he's really trying to do is keep the enemy team in his crosshairs as he charges a JO bar. And then he activates a thing that does an amount of damage, not a huge amount. It does apply the vulnerable. So I guess what really makes this ultimate strong is the fact that he can restore the resource and use it multiple times. The longer the lock on, the stronger it becomes, eventually ignoring enemy dodges. I think the only thing in the game that really does that. Now, during these ultimates, I've also seen him gain access to his F2 when he doesn't normally have it, and I don't know why. I'm not sure. I'm honestly not really sure of some of the ways the mechanics work, because it's just so confusing. His other ability, and we're going to turn on the bot for this, is a state that kind of a lot like the Takeda F1. Same idea, just without the disarming. Just instead, it makes him immune to anything while it's up. He can be counterattacked, and the counter itself, the damage, will do nothing to him. It will trigger this. And then he gets to use gold focus knives. 370 damage, not tremendous. It is gold focus. And depending on the circumstances, they're nigh unavoidable as well. They're very, very rubber bandy. It's hard to state just how rubber bandy this character is and how irritating he is to deal with. On CN servers and with good performance and ping, it is possible to iframe every single thing he does. But at my performance point, it's basically like you can't kill him. It's not going to happen. But there is some finagling to get his F1 to work well. I wouldn't say he's a super easy character to play, particularly if you're trying to get combos off of this, because it does seem like the angles and what you're doing has some bearing on how easy it is to get that to land. And if you just get stuck on their head, it kills everything. If your camera or whatever ends up in the wrong place, you may not be able to follow it up quite as easily as you would like. So, but I've watched Numza play this guy enough to know that he is in dire need of being deleted. There is no salvaging this character whatsoever. So, Zenda. Zenda is a meta hero at this point in time. You will see her a lot in every game mode, including solos. Her two ultimates are exactly the same, I think. Except their special attack is slightly different. So, we'll talk about the ultimates first. During her ultimate, she gains access to three special bow attacks. The right click gains a stagger that can be used to get a headshot off of a rifle or other weapon. But it's a little hard to do so. But if you're good at aiming it, that's what it's primarily useful for. The primary attack shoots a arrow that if you hit them with the first little burst of arrows, it will penetrate them. And we all know about penetration. While she is in the bow state, she can use dash to move around. Which is good because most people are going to iframe her arrows very, very easily. Most people will have no problem iframing her skill. When she came out, I did see some people comboing with her ult, but it's very uncommon, and I think it's quite difficult if it's even possible anymore. Basically, they would use this, and it would be sufficient if they were close enough. If they were close enough, it was sufficient to start a combo, and then you could extend it. I was watching Hypernova some months ago attempt to do a combo with her that was very, very challenging to do based on a test server combo that it looked like either they had patched or it was just impossible to do on NA servers. Whatever the case is, it's very, very rare to see people even attempt to do combos coming out of the arrows, but I think it is still possible. What does make her strong is the fact that these arrows can stagger some of the transformers. This fire attack is kind of like Justina's V2, except it will actually stagger Zai out of her gold focus. In my experience, you can't charge or do anything in that fire, even though it just says it blocks ranged weapons. The fire damage proc is a crowd control more than damage. When you think of fire, you think of damage. Well, don't. It doesn't do any damage at all. It's actually the damage proc interruptions that make it very irritating. So you pretty much have to use a blue attack to go into it, and if you're charging inside of it, it seems to interrupt everything. Let's see if I can confirm that right now. It actually interrupted the bot out of his attack. Yeah. So the big thing about it is that the procs aren't that fast. But you can see that the bot basically cannot charge the blue focus that I told him to charge to the customized behavior when he is inside of that effect. That's true for basically everything, including Zai's ultimate. So the F1 is nice for shielding yourself in Yang or anything else, shielding your teammates in a trios. If you cover them with this, LOL Canada, then it's quite useful at peeling. The other ultimate creates a little effect. You can use your crosshair to place it, and it will cause a very easily dodgeable bind. It's kind of like Valda's water spears. But actually it isn't, because I can attack them while it's on them and it doesn't remove it. Interesting. Very, very strong. Fairly easy to avoid. Some people swear by V1. Some people swear by V2. I've tried the both of them, and I'm not sure which one I like more. I actually have not had much success with her. I talked a lot about her, and I played her a lot when I was still doing Immortal War, and I didn't feel like I had any success with her more than I did with Tessa. And she's definitely a lot stronger than Tessa is, way stronger. But I think that I don't have the skill to really take advantage of her, is really what it is. Fighting against her really isn't too bad. It's just make sure you're using your tap dodge to avoid her shit. Don't get trolled by the fire. And that's kind of really about it. I haven't seen anybody use the stagger arrow into armor pierce combo that I speculated might be very strong. But that's partly because it's so hard to land the arrows on most players to begin with. But she is considered very strong. She is used a lot in team games where it's easier to land the arrows and cover people with the fire or get a lot of binds off. And her mobility allows her to basically behave a little bit like Kylan, where she can try to avoid being staggered by Tianhai and try to stagger the Transformers a little bit with her ultimate, but she can't do it as often or as reliably as Feria can. So, in my view, she is very much a support character, as her thing shows. As far as her skills are concerned, the F1 is a escape, a combo break that gives you a bird. The bird heals you for an absolutely worthless amount and staggers an enemy. This stagger is not a combo. There is no combo potential out of the bird whatsoever. What helps a little bit with the bird is if you disengage and someone starts healing, you can throw the bird at them to interrupt their heal. It's a lot more reliable than trying to use a ranged attack, but otherwise it really doesn't do damage. It doesn't heal that much. It won't serve as a combo break in itself. It can interrupt some base attacks, but only if you're not staggered. It doesn't function like Liam's ultimate, for example. And this has a 28-second cooldown, so it's quite long. Some people use F2, which is a initiator, throws out a bird. You can drop it for a spike of damage, not quite 500. That's with all my J's and stuff still. But you can use it to start a combo. Problem is, that is not an escape. It does have a 22-second cooldown, which is quite high. While I have a very, very hard time iframing this, a lot of other people don't. This is mainly going to be useful for possible restands and other bullshit. Let's see. Because I think I can, yeah. You can possibly get some restand potential out of that. So this is going to be one you're using if your neutrals are very good. You want to get a little bit of extra pressure or possible combo extension with it. If you're going to be using the ultimate activation stagger or something like that to attempt to do some kind of... I forgot what it was he was doing. Okay, let me try here. I won't ever be able to perform the kind of combos that Hypernova was, but it was really odd. Like... It was like... You had to have them very high in the air, and that might have been like combo F2. I don't remember, but there's a lot of little mileage you can get out of the ult activations and stuff like that that can knock people around in the air and do possibly extra damage or combo extensions. And F2 is going to be your ticket to that on this character if you want to do that. But most people are going to be using F1 because survivability is a big deal on her. F2 does show up. People will use it in team games as well, where getting TOD'd by a single person is slightly less common. But getting TOD'd by groups of people is more common. So, in my experience, F1's going to be the name of the game. Unless you're using... Honestly, I haven't talked about glyphs, but the disengage glyph, in my experience, never procs in team games before I'm dead to two people in a combo. So I haven't really even considered about that in solos where it's more common to run that. But since two people can just combo me and kill me before that disengage meter is even like halfway filled a lot of the time, yeah. But there are certain things that tend to proc that disengage more than others. So it kind of really depends. That's sort of a subject for a different discussion, but it is worth talking about. But I noticed in NA, at least, in all the games I've played, I've only run into like one or two people that use the disengage glyph. Apparently it's more common in CN, but you can grapple people out of it, and I've seen a lot of punish combos come out of it. So yeah, it's not really that common. Now we'll talk about Terra Gan. Terra Gan may be the only hero that has been released since I started playing the game that wasn't bonkers broken or flat out useless like Syra. Terra actually released in kind of a respectable state where I think like she needs a little bit of a buff, but only to her F1. Her F1, I feel like, should be a combo breaker. Currently, she has no way to escape combos. Her F1, when used on its own, teleports her a very short distance and allows her to knock people down, but there is no combo potential in it at all. That's why I feel like, especially with its 22-second cooldown, it should be used as a combo breaker. You should have a combo breaker on it. Her F2 allows her to turn into a testicle, and if you jump out of it, you cancel it early. Otherwise, you can float up a little bit. While you're inside the testicle, if you bump into enemies and teabag them, it will restore a small amount of health based on the damage you last took. I have used both abilities in trios and solos, and the way I feel like it is this. F1 is very, very powerful in locomotion. If you have an ally, suddenly the teleportation range of this ability is fucking colossal. And it goes through terrain. Any terrain, period. You can go through buildings and all with that. That is very nice to have if you want to follow someone through loot, through areas that are hard to get through, to escape people that are chasing you, to try to peel them. Problem. When you teleport to allies, and you would knock things away, the area of effect is not as big as it looks. It is actually surprisingly hard to peel people away. A lot of the times when I tried to peel off of someone getting parried, I got hit by the parry instead of anyways. However, if you are fast enough to activate this, you can knock enemies out of parry attack animations before they finish. So if my roomie got parried, and I did this for Mucky, a bot parried him, and I instantly activated this and knocked it off. Very useful. Very, very useful. Gotta be in the right position to do so. F2 has a 24-second cooldown, which is quite a long cooldown. No real combo potential in this one, I don't think. No, you can't even attack coming out of it, by the way. So, yeah. Her skills, I think the F2 is okay. I don't think it really needs to be more powerful. The biggest issue with it is you might rob your allies of counterattacks by knocking enemies who have been counterattacked. So you gotta be a little careful about that. F1 basically has no real usefulness inside of solos at all. Although, since the animation is so fast, it can break out of restands and soft trues that some animations can't at my ping. So it can be nice to use. I have never used her V1. Never. I've never used it. But on paper, it looks like it would be a very strong ability. When you use it, it places a buff, and if your allies for some reason happen to die, it will it'll block the damage and restore armor to what they had for a second earlier, and teleports them. Apparently, it will also instantly revive them if they die. So when this character was first released and announced, I thought she was similar to was a bard in League of Legends. I can't remember, the one with like some reversal effect. And it seems like it would be really strong. But actually, Tara appears to be the most powerful. I don't know about the NBPL, because I haven't really seen her that much. But Tara actually seems to be the most useful as a damage dealer. The best way to play Tara, according to what I was listening to Hypernova, is particularly in team games, because she is definitely not a character you really want to be playing in solos. I mean, you can probably make it work if you're really good, but I'm not. I played her in solos, but without an escape. Yeah. When she uses her V2, she gains access to this indicator, and when she drops it, or the time goes off, it drops a meteor. This meteor with my shit does 556 damage. Keep in mind, Tessa's V2 does 200 damage. Yeah, 200 damage. This one, once it hits, that's it. You take the damage, and you will be rewound. And when you are rewound, you are stunned, and you can be comboed. It's a very, very strong ultimate. Very, very, very strong. Hitting it at a distance is kind of annoying, because the damage collision seems to be very flat, and it's very, 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 very difficult to peel people who are on uneven terrain. Something you can do for a little bit of extra mobility is pop her F2 and then hold her ultimate. An unseen, very powerful power creep on her that really makes her V2 very nice is you'll notice that during her V2 activation, she has this red special glow. I think that is ultimate focus. And during this period, you are immune to a lot of bullshit. I do not think that Kanye can grab you in this. I don't know if you can be executed by Einor in it or what exactly applies, but a lot of things cannot harm you. Weapons cannot knock you down, and I think you might take reduced damage during it. Not really sure. A lot of skills do not state if they give you reduced damage or not, but you can use this as sometimes as a soft combo breaker to get out of certain untrue things and hold it. The problem is, no matter how fast you activate it and spam the buttons, the windup is so long, and the read for this, the little sigils appearing in the ground, or the effect or whatever, it's such a long animation that this is the ultimate. I have the highest success rate in iframing. It's very, very, very hard to land this animation. Typically, when my experience, you want to hold it for just a moment and see if they start spamming roll. If they start spamming roll, map out in your head how much stamina, especially if they used a roll right before a dash. If they start spamming dash, they might run out of stamina, and then you can hit them with it. So, you have a little bit more flexibility in how you use this over Tessa's ultimate. It does more damage. The stun effect you get out of it is better. And it does damage, which means that she's very good at hanging back, shooting people with shit, and then using her ultimate at a range and continuing to shoot shit. And look at that. The cannon doesn't even break. The rewind effect is very, very strong. Very, very strong character. But not as easy to play as you think. Just because this ult costs 60 rage straight up. And you'll notice it takes a while for the rage to start charging again. This is one of the few things with the heroes I haven't really talked about because I'm not super intimately familiar with it. But when she uses her ultimate, she doesn't gain the ability to recharge rage at all for a very extended period of time, even if she hits things, which means getting that second ult back is exceptionally difficult, even in a more protracted fight. It's it takes a while. It's not like Tessa's a little bit more spammable, which is the main advantage she has over this. But Tessa's V2 is such hopeless garbage compared to Tara's. Tara's, even if you can't hit it, the fact that it lets you hold in a state that is difficult to crowd control for so long and maintain a level of pressure with it and dictate the flow of the fight, at least for a short time, can really help you a lot in games. What I've noticed playing her, particularly in trios, is enemies tend to tunnel vision a lot on the Rumi or whatever. I almost always can get a free hit with this if they're swarming lab. But the problem is, if they're on weird terrain, it can be really hard to hit them. For example, this effect here on this ledge does not hit that bot, even though he's only a little bit under it. But if he was above it, it would hit him. It has to be very, very close to hit him. So on certain like ramps and stuff like that, and cliffs and things, her ult can be really, really hard to land. And again, it can be very easily iframed, and it has a longer windup than Tessa's does. But unlike Tessa's V2, the damage on this is quite significant. If, for example, you were to have a red weapon, the damage, it gets to be quite high. 567. Tara likes to have damage. She wants to have Juggernaut. She wants to have the red weapon. She wants to be a damage dealer. Her ult is very damage oriented. When teammates aren't well, restore their health or protect their retreat. More like fucking blow up enemies. I like her because she does damage, but survivability is an issue. She feels like the most balanced hero of all the ones I've talked about so far. Kanye. Ha. Why does this hero exist? Dude, I don't know. This dude is mega busted. Mega busted. Do you want infinite people at a range? And you hate that people can just... How much damage? Hold on. Swap over to cannon. Knock him up. Deal hundreds of damage, basically for free. This has been nerfed, by the way. The scythe has been buffed. So, his V2 in the cannon was the most busted shit in the game. Until people realized his V1 is even more busted. Now, I don't know if this can be done on my ping or FPS. I haven't tried. But grab. Dragon. Yeah, it's hard to do on my PC. It was already close to 2,000 damage? So grab. Dragon. Grab. If you have a red weapon, say for example, the staff inside of the water map. I know I've seen this be a true combo because I have watched CN streamers do this, but I'm not sure what the conditions are or if it's like really performance dependent or what. But I was watching an extensive VOD of a Chinese girl play this character, and she did this absolutely relentlessly, and I know Hypernova is doing it as well. Nearly 3,000 damage, doing actually nothing really interesting at all. Of course, with a red weapon and attack jades. But you can get red weapons in 2 different maps. The attack jades are nothing really to hoot about. You could throw in Juggernaut to get more damage. This guy is a little busted. This grab, just one grab alone with a gold weapon and attack jades, is 8,000 damage. There is no resource involved. It's not like Zai that has to charge up to deal... what, around half of that? And has to charge while standing still and does not have the range. By the way, he can do it while he's in the air too. There is a tech for him. I do not know how you do. But there is a way to just sort of like slow down, like airwalk with him. These Chinese players were doing it that I was watching. And it will outrun a fan and a dagger doing scale rushing. That is before we get to the fact that his skill is one of the most powerful skills in the game as well. That's this one. His skill spawns a duplicate that holds out a parasol. This entire thing, pretty much, around here is collision. And if enemies attempt to attack that, it will stagger them. And that stagger can be comboed. If Tessa happens to charm this character, all he has to do is drop his parasol and then interact with it. She can't do anything about that. She's pretty much fucked. Her skill might be able to knock him out of it. That's pretty much the best you've got. This has a 25-second cooldown. It lasts 3 seconds, which, by the way, it's serving a similar purpose to Justina's F2, except he has mobility during it. It blocks a lot larger of a radius than she does. It gives them full combo potential, whereas hers seems to be kind of dependent on ping an FPS to get a combo if they're close enough for it. And, yeah, he gets to move around while it's active. Z-Shuffle, I have basically seen no one use it. You can see that it looks kind of a lot like Einor. It does give an attack. That attack is probably comboable, I think. Not really sure. I have not seen people really using it. So, but it's probably strong, just I don't know how to use it. Both of his ults allow you to transform. It's the moveset that is different. The V1 is definitely the most dominant one right now, what with being able to do upwards of 3,000 or more damage with a red weapon. Yeah, this character is beyond broken. The grab will yank you through terrain, the dragon can hit through walls, and if you happen to miss the dragon for whatever reason, you can just teleport over to it and redirect it. Which is something you're going to see them do a lot, by the way. That also means that if, for example, you're in a bit of a bad spot, just leave. Just leave. When I played this dude when he first came out, I knew he was broken. But I was looking at his ultimate, it was like, wow, you have so much gold focus and shit and purple everywhere? That's crazy. Then they buffed him. They mega buffed him. They ultra buffed him. This character at this stage dominates everything that you're in. You will see him everywhere, primarily doing nothing but spamming the grab over and over and over again. It does so much damage. It's so hard to avoid. The grab distance on it cannot be overestimated. They need to make it so you can grab at the absolute maximum once an ult, turn it into a resource, and make it unchainable with the dragon. Or make it last like an eighth of the duration. The thing about this is, it's not just that it does damage. It lasts so fucking long. All the while, your allies can be attacking them as well. Your allies are not going to break your shit while you're roasting him in a grab. It's effectively a TOD. In solos, it's not uncommon to see that combo do bare minimum half of a character's armor and health. The highest I've seen it do is all purple armor plus 3/4 of the health bar. That was with a red weapon though. So in team modes, he is just running around grabbing people constantly. He is an absolute menace because you basically cannot control him outside of maybe Tianhai and things like that. Transformers will avoid getting grabbed by him. I don't know what happens if he sticks his dick into a transformer, if it staggers him or what. I don't think it does, actually. But apparently Yoto cannot actually block this with her ultimate. Like, it doesn't proc her special block, her special stone form. So he even counters Yoto because she's largely purple focus and his grab is going to be gold focus, which means she can't even clash this in a lot of cases. He's also got more mobility. The only real drawback is that when he's jumping and trying to grab people from the air, he does have to kind of get close to them for it, which sort of telegraphs what he's going to do. And if you have good performance, you can iframe that. On my performance, his grab is effectively unavoidable, and it tends to yank you from far away before the animation even really fully starts because it's so fucking fast. Whatever the damage numbers are, the fact that it is a grab that lasts for so long is insane. This dragon does not give a shit about terrain. Plenty of times, the Chinese players were killing people, and you couldn't even fucking find their bodies. They were just trapped in some other part of an interior building, stuck there dead. And it took them a little while to dig up the bodies and start looting them. There is no salvaging designers who put heroes like this in the game. They need to be fired, and you need to start over. I'm sure you can do something more interesting with a character than just let them infinite grab everything in full fucking gold focus, dealing insane amount of damage, usually only reserved for restands and TODs and Tarka combos and other absolute nonsense that shouldn't have ever existed to begin with. Why is this developer so fucking bad? I don't know. So long as characters like this exist, the game will continue to shed players like a cat sheds hair. Except you will not have any hair left at the end of this, because people see shit like this and how balanced it is, and they're like, why the fuck would I ever play a game like that? It's just an exercise in frustration and pain, no matter how you look at it. If I was to recommend heroes to a new player, if I was to recommend something to build, you want something broken? Play this dude. Play this dude. If you're like me and you don't like chasing the meta, or you don't want to chase something that's overpowered and might get nerfed, I say might because patches have come out that have barely touched him. They reduced his cannon damage of his V2 a little bit, but they never touched V1. If I was to recommend a character to get into, I would probably say like Zenda's easy. If you like Transformers, then Iron Wang or Valda, depending if you like to change your moveset or not. Right? Beyond that, it really depends on what your target goals are. Do you have friends that you play with, or are you going to do duos and trios just casually? Then pretty much any hero will work. But Shayol can help you out of sticky situations, especially when the bots start parrying everyone. I would recommend zipping over Kurumi for the support, in part because Kurumi has a higher technical requirement, and zipping just like pushes her ult and shit fucking happens. Plus, the cheat death ability on her ultimate can help your teammates if they get caught in trouble. When it comes to more synchronization between teammates, you might want to think about Temulch, who can help create the fart cloud chamber, the farting chamber, to your allies to do stuff within. Of course, Viper is a given just because of her ult, V1 or V2, and it can help you learn your neutrals as well. I would not recommend starting with Tarka. Even if it's a character that interests you, his technical requirements are high enough that you probably want to have a good grasp of stamina management before you start dealing with Tarka, because Tarka is really about stamina management. And if you can't get good mileage out of your stamina management, then Tarka is going to be an upward battle where you... then Tarka is going to be an upwards battle for you, because it's going to make that problem so much worse. So much worse. Tessa isn't necessarily bad to play in team games. Just expect to have a lot of frustrations of people iframing your ultimate, gutting your entire character's reason to exist. If you want something that is easier to hit than V1 for whatever reason, if you're struggling to use V1, do not play Tessa. Play Tara. Her V2 is what you're looking for, especially with more damage. And if you're playing a team game and you're having difficulties getting comboed by enemies, have your allies help you out. Especially at low level, it shouldn't be really that difficult, but there are not that many low level players in this game. People play this game, get into it, realize that it's FPS and ping dependent, just as like Fallout 76, and they think, wow, why would I ever play a game that is programmed by complete incompetent morons? Good question. So they quit and go into something else, perhaps programmed in an engine that isn't a piece of shit, and go on with their lives. So NA Naraka does not retain any players at all, because the Chinese seem to have a very high tolerance for poorly designed games. Whereas even though Americans are pretty much all universally apologistic, Fallout 76 is still fresh in their minds, and a lot of them just don't want to deal with that. So, if you're playing on high ping, low FPS like I am, it frankly does not matter what character you play. You are always going to be at a disadvantage. There's no way you can improve it. You can try gear up. It does absolutely nothing for me at all. It actually makes the connection more unstable. It does not reduce my ping, does not fix these spikes I'm getting. It doesn't do anything for me at all. There is nothing you can do about physical distance when these shit tier companies insist on sticking servers on the fucking East Coast in one area in a landmass as big as the Americas, connecting all of Mexico, all of Alaska, all into one place in this one obscure fucking spot in a game that has FG mechanics and frame timings as tight as Naraka. At that point, pick whichever hero you like stylistically. Go play Tarka. Go play Kurumi. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at that point what you do. It doesn't really matter. But beyond that, you probably want something with a little bit of mobility, a little bit of escape, a little bit of ranged options. I think Zenda is a really great hero to start with because her ult gives her damage. It gives her some control. She has two separate skills with very different functionalities that you can switch between to figure out what you like best. Both of her ults function the same with the exception of the special V skill on it, one of which provides protection, the other which provides a crowd control opportunity. You can choose between those and see how those influence your playstyle. I think Zenda's great because of how consistently useful she is, and the fact that you do not really see too many people getting big combos off of her ultimate, because I'm not sure even really how possible it is. That means that you have a great baseline to go by watching other players play her. Probably a lot of very obtainable tech and stuff like that, at least at the low mid level. Moving up from that, you could always try someone like Kylan if you really wanted to. Or you could just stick to someone like him or him if you like characters that are just flat out busted and prevent your enemies from really interacting that much. When this dude's ult is active and he is flinging his knives around on V2, a lot of characters' ultimates can't really interact with them. I discovered that Liam's ultimate basically has no effect on him at all. Like, Mucky could not Pokeball me whatsoever while I was throwing knives. And even would go through the stun field of Liam's V1 and not be affected by it, possibly due to incidental iframes of the dashes. I'm not really sure, but it's just, this dude's really strong. But his F1 does take some reflexes and some precision to make use of. His F2 is pretty brainless. So you get some flexibility in this character as well. I do not think he is a bad choice to start with. Just expect everybody to hate you because he is so fucking annoying to play against. Characters I would recommend against playing other than Tarka is Justina. While you can play a V2 Justina, I don't feel like it's really that strong anymore. And V1s and the magnetism is really inconsistent. If you log into the game and you find you have like 200 plus FPS and your ping is like 50, 60 or lower, then you can probably play her. But at my performance point in survival, I find that her V1 is incredibly inconsistent to get the magnetism to work well on. And watching Jesse play, who has better ping and FPS than I do, he also kind of struggles with the magnetism in actual survival. So she is definitely very much a character that suffers from the technical issues of playing on the NA server in the NA geography. So she is really going to depend very heavily on what you get out of it. While the freeze and stuff from her ultimate can be actuated and you can get a lot of mileage out of it just throwing blues and stuff in it, there is a lot of technical combos and TODs you can get out of her just by activating your ultimate when people are in the air and freezing them, and then chaining freeze and stuff off of each other. Justina has a very, very high skill ceiling, but you can get a lot of mileage out of her just at the base level just by freezing people, just with her V1. And if you really want to use her F1, you can. Some people do, especially in Teemos, to like get a little bit of healing out of it. But I would say stick with her F2 and just figure out your spacing and healing and work off of that rather than relying on a skill to heal you, because so few characters have that if or when you ever decide to switch to another character, having relied on her F1 is going to make that feel a little strange. I wouldn't say Yoto is necessarily bad to start with. I just hate every single person who plays Yoto, so I would never recommend to play her or Tianhai or anything like that, because I try to do my best to prevent cancer from spreading out in the world. But if grabbing people and one-shotting them in team games is your thing, then sure, Tianhai serves that purpose. And if infiniting people by spamming crouch is your thing, then yeah, Yoto gets the job done. And that's all for my basic short hero introduction. At least from my perspective.